So some of the movies that I put in here are not things that I've watched yet, but are movies that I plan to watch. Like I didn't want to have to remake the tier list, so I kind of just future-proofed myself and put, for the moment, all the things that I have on my list in here. If there are other things that I end up like adding into this mix, I guess I'll remake it another time. But here alone, we're looking at, I think it's like 79 or 80 movies, because it's like, it adds up when you have like, there's like 15 Dragon Ball Z movies. One Piece has, I included Film Red in it, so One Piece I think also has 15, plus like original Dragon Ball, Bleach, Naruto has over 10. So like it's a lot of movies. I don't like how the site works at all. I barely ever watch anime movies. I think the last one I watched was Made in Abyss 3. I'm trying for 360p today, which my internet luck. Yeah, good luck on that, Bree. I hope that it can manage, you know. Now do I want to go in order? I guess I'll probably just go in the order that the images are listed here. I just kind of have to, I have a document on the side so I can like remember what the arbitrary ratings that I assign to these movies. Some of these movies I haven't watched in like 2 years, and part of the goal with this tier list was like talking about the movies would kind of jog them in my memory a little bit before I go back to like working on the script, or I guess it's going to be scripts, because like I've decided, which I might have decided this way long ago, but there's going to be the one movie. If I covered all the things that I wanted to cover in one video, it probably would be like a movie length. Because there's like one video, there's like the informative sort of like looking at like the construction of the films and the history, and kind of more of an informative kind of like project that's not really talking as much about like, oh, here's what I think of like here's what I think about all these movies. I think it would make sense to have like the opinion video be like separate from the one that is like looking at the history and the craft and stuff like that. Thank you for the hydrate. Don't drown me. I want to be able to get through this. Like, I want to be able to get through this tier list without having to take too many bathroom breaks. Is there any other preamble that I would have had in mind? No, I don't think so. If something comes to mind, I can always bring it up later. And you know, I did put out that tweet the other day that was, you know, asking people for like other things that I might have missed, or and I got a lot of recommendations that weren't like shonen manga battle adaptation type things. Like I know that there's like a ton of Pokemon movies, and like, you know, Precure came up, and you know, also stuff like Urusei Yatsura, and more like historical stuff like that. And like, you know, if this video were to do well, and prove that like there's enough of an audience to make that worthwhile, I could definitely see myself, you know, sinking the time into, you know, watching a bunch more movies under some other category, and kind of like working that into its own project. But just for the sake of this video, because I want to get this video done and actually like out there, because, you know, I started working on it, I think sometime in like, I thought I started working on it sometime in like 2020, but I actually found, like going into the Google Drive and like looking at version histories of, I have like a couple different like script and note documents, and I saw stuff as far back as like sort of like mid-late 2019. Granted, there was like a whole year in there pretty much like where I just had too many things going on and was not like in the headspace to work on a project this big, or I wasn't even really working on creative projects at all at that point. I think at that point I was kind of more, if I was doing anything, it was kind of more focusing on the streams. Do you prefer the movies that readapt, rearrange source material or original material? I think it all depends. Like, I mean, I guess I can talk more on that a little more when I get to specific entries, but like when it comes to movies that I enjoy, like I think there can be like some of the movies in here I think rearrange material in like really interesting ways, and I find it interesting for that, for like the mix of stuff. But at the same time, like they're definitely, I mean, like, you know, I have the fucking Demon Slayer movie in here, which is like an adaptation of an actual canon arc, but it's not gonna be like my favorite movie on this tier list. So it kind of just all depends on the individual movie, I think. Even if for the most part I could probably lump a lot of them into the category of like it's a movie. Oh shit, that was one thing I forgot to move into my notepad. I forgot to put, I'll just have to go off of memory, my specific categories for this tier list. So the way I have this thought out in my head is there's obviously, you know, your S tier, which is the stuff that I'm going to recommend without any caveats. Pretty much S and A tier, I think, are both things that I would recommend to pretty much anybody. Because I think that they're like good movies, and they also just happen to be like shonen battle movies. A lot of these movies exist in a non-canon space, which is also the argument for including Precure. Yeah, no, that's why I think it's interesting about it, and it's kind of what I talk about in the script, that like just looking at the movies and saying that like they're bad because they're not canon, or like the ones that are actually canon or have like author input or whatnot are exclusively better. It's not necessarily like a fair look at things, because I think that it's interesting seeing like other creators jump into like this like a prior material and taking good things with it. Like obviously I'll get to One Piece movie 6 at some point, and I think that's really interesting to see like a narrative that is very focused on like found family being tackled by Mamoru Hosoda, you know, way back in like 2005. So I haven't seen a whole lot of Hosoda films. I've seen Girl Who Leapt Through Time and Mirai, I think, are the two that I've seen so far. But I know that he's a big like familial themes kind of guy. So like seeing him tackle One Piece movies, like One Piece, it's just like a combination that I think works really well. And you know, there are certain narratives in the movie. I'm just basically now getting into my script. I'm getting a little too off of the one of those is a good movie. I feel like I could guess which one you don't like. And I mean, like, I don't know. I think no, I'm too easily distracted. I'm gonna get off topic and never finish this thing. So yeah, can't wait to see Stampede be criminally low. Well, but according to your standards, probably. So first off is, oh right, no, I wasn't done talking about the tiers. So like S and A are people that I would are movies that I would recommend to anybody, even if you're not necessarily like a big like shonen person. B tier is, I think, B tier I believe is like movies I would recommend to people who are fans of like good shonen movies. C tier, I might have to double check. But like C tier, I think is the sort of thing where I watch and it's like, it's a movie. Like I don't have too much positive or negative to say about it. And C tier also being like, if you're just a fan of shonen movies in general, not necessarily with the caveat of like, oh, it needs to be a good shonen movie or like, you know, really blow me away as some masterpiece. Like if you just like shonen movies and, you know, I would probably say C tier is like ones that, you know, I would say, yeah, you know, watch that. Nothing that I necessarily dislike about it enough to put it in D or F. And then when it's D tier, that's the tier where it's like, if you really like shonen movies and you're maybe like a completionist or like you just really need that fix and you've seen, you know, all the other ones up in the upper tiers, go, you know, watch those movies if you want. I don't have the highest recommendation for movies in D tier. And then F tier is like, only if you are insane like me and want to watch everything would I say, fuck it, watch this movie. I would not recommend F tier movies to anyone. Did I need to go so hard into the explanation there? Maybe not necessarily, but I think it's good context that, like, I don't know, rather than just looking at it as like, you know, movies that are good and movies that are bad, it's more of like a sliding scale of like how I would recommend movies to certain people. And pretty much like anything C tier or above is like potentially recommended, just as different layers of that. Let's see. So we're on Bleach. Okay, so first movie on the list is Bleach, Memories of Nobody. This is one of the ones that I think I watched like closer to like 2 years ago. Maybe like start of 2021 possibly. So it's been a little bit. It's not the freshest in my memory. But I remember not really caring for it a whole lot. I put that one in D tier. Let me see if I can remember any like specifics about it. Some of these movies I definitely have like a stronger opinion on or like better recollection of than others. Let me look at my screen caps. So like one of the potential stories that like one of the potential story types that these movies have, and this is also something I talk about in the script, you have your movies that are purely just, it's a movie original villain and the main cast is going to gather together and, you know, fight the bad guy. And that's where your quote unquote story, if there is one, is going to be. One Piece movie 5 is for exclusively the insane, so that makes sense. S and A tier are going to be very, very scarce. That's not untrue. But yeah, so like you have your movies where it's like movie original villain, fight that guy, that's the movie. If there's any sort of character arc or story or like theme being told through the story, it's probably going to be through that like villain and how they contrast against the heroes. There are then also a movie like Memories of Nobody where there is a movie original protagonist and a movie original antagonist. I don't think you're ever going to have a movie like this that doesn't have like a movie original antagonist, aside from, you know, the ones that are, you know, more canon or, you know, are written by like, you know, for example, like the Demon Slayer movie or the like Boruto or Naruto the Last, you know, those are stuff that's like, these are characters kind of as part of a bigger franchise. They're not just I mean, probably exclusive to that film, but like in the case of Boruto, there's a whole series that branches off of that stuff. This is why I script things out and why, like, you know, I would, for an actual video, for a stream, it's more off the cuff, but like, I'm a little clearer about what I'm trying to say in the script. So yeah, like there's movies with a movie original protagonist and a movie original antagonist where it's kind of like the protagonist of the movie and potentially how they clash with the antagonist is kind of going to carry your narrative thematic weight. And often I think the franchises that can kind of do that plotline best are the ones where the theming of the main series is very focused on like that main character or cast of main characters, like their presence really like inspiring motivation in others. Yeah, Memories of Nobody in particular, I remember not being like too sold on, I think, the narrative with the main girl whose name I can't remember. It kind of just felt like, it felt like a movie that I watched. It's possible that the D tier rating is maybe a little low, like maybe it would make it as kind of like lower C tier, because I can't remember off the top of my head what made me sort of dislike it. I think it was just like, of the Bleach movies, it was my least favorite. Second movie is Diamond Dust Rebellion. This one I put in C tier. This is like also a different kind of story that some of these movies take. I don't think it's as common compared to like having an original protagonist or just original antagonist. Movie C is where it takes a character from the main series and kind of makes them the sort of story focus of the film, and it doesn't always work. So, like, it can be like taking a character who's pre-established and making them the protagonist of the film can be kind of tricky, because a lot of these movies, kind of fall into like TV anime filler territory where, you can't impact you can't change the status quo of the main series, because ultimately this is like a side project and it's non-canon and whatever. So when you make an actual character the focus of the film, it can be very tricky to like make a good narrative out of that where there's any kind of like change or like it can be very hard to make it in a way that's like, well, this movie was pointless because like you just focused on this character and nothing really changed. Movie 2 is the only Bleach movie I've seen, and I feel like C is pretty fair. My thing with this movie, like, it's not my favorite Bleach film, but I did like the kind of focus on Hitsugaya in it, because Hitsugaya, like, the way that the story was kind of constructed, Hitsugaya is more of a side character in the main series, and, like, I don't know, some people could say that he's maybe sort of out of character in this film, and I think that's fair. That's also something I kind of talk about in the script, is, like, how, like, characterization can kind of be fucky in some of these movies. But I think, like, for the story it was trying to tell between Hitsugaya and, like, someone from his past as the main antagonist, and, I think it uses really well, like, I think Ichigo's role in this movie as the protagonist is very good, or, well, like, as the main series protagonist. Hitsugaya being kind of like a secondary protagonist, I think, like, the way that Ichigo and Hitsugaya play off each other in this movie is, like, I think Ichigo takes a good role in, like, motivating Hitsugaya to have his, story of the film. And I think overall, like, it's nothing, I think, to write home about, which is why it's only in C tier. But I thought that it was, like, a competent narrative. And, which, for some of these movies, it's a very low bar, but some of these movies can't clear that bar as far as, like, having, like, a competent, like, it's like, this does the bare bones of a narrative, and there's a narrative here. And, like, I don't know, I found it particularly interesting. Some people might not. But, at the very least, it's like, hey, I can watch this movie, and the story was okay, and I kind of liked the final fight and stuff. Just, I thought it was, like, a good use of characters and stuff like that. Next movie is Fade to Black. I wish I could remember this one a little. Oh, I remember now. Fade to Black I put in B tier. This one takes it's a story really focusing on, I believe it's Rukia, and she has, like, the two antagonists in the film, or, like, the two film exclusive characters are kind of people who, like, Rukia kind of took under her wing, and bad stuff happened, and then, like, I think there's a compelling narrative told out of that. Again, like, using Rukia as kind of our movie protagonist, if I'm remembering correctly. It's possible that the two siblings are, like, split from each other, but I don't remember. I don't know why I called them siblings. I don't remember that they are. But, like, I thought this was another case where it's, like, good use of characters. I felt like the sort of theming of it, which I'd be able to talk about in more detail, but I can't remember off the top of my head. Do you have what tier everything is in planned out already, or are you just doing it now? No, I knew that I was going to be doing this stream, so I went ahead and, like, marked all of the movies. Some of them I just went, like, the ones that I watched closer to 2 years ago, I went back and just kind of looked off the score on my Mal, back when I still did scores. So some of them might get shuffled if I were to, like, redo this as a scripted video. But for the moment, this is just how things are going to look. But yeah, no, I thought it was, like, it was better than the Hitsugaya movie in that, like, I was more compelled by the narrative. I feel like it did sort of the thing again of, like, having good use of characters, and I wish there was, like, I kind of feel bad that when I talk about, like, the Naruto and the Bleach movies, my memory is going to be a little hazier with them. But yeah, no, like, I thought it was a good movie. I'm worried that I'm going to spend too much time on the movies that I don't clearly remember as much, and that's going to bog this thing down. Then is the 2010 film Bleach Hellverse. Again, I thought it was just kind of a movie. I think I would probably... I definitely, like, preferred the Diamond Dust Rebellion movie over Hellverse. This one... Was there a protagonist in it? Or was it... It might have just been... Oh, no, there was a protagonist in here. Or was he the antagonist? Yeah, okay. So how this movie does, there's, like, a character... I mean, I don't know. I might get kind of... I guess I didn't really consider how I would talk about, like, spoilers in this, but I don't know. I assume most people haven't watched all of these movies. Do you have what tier everything is in? Oh, I already answered that one. Do you think you'll rewatch them again, like how you're doing with Dragon Ball? Probably, yeah. I know with the Dragon Ball, specifically the Dragon Ball Z movies, I did a thing to make it easier to rewatch them and not, like, sink a whole day into, because, like, I just watched the dub for some of them. I checked out certain parts of the movies subbed just to, like, hear certain performances and whatever. But yeah, for when I actually get to, like, the scripted video, I want to have clearer thoughts on a lot of these movies that I watched a while ago. So definitely probably either not revisit it in full, but maybe just, like, skim through it, just to, like, clarify things. Yeah, Hellverse, I thought it was fine. I don't think I had a whole lot to say about it. It was cool how, like, I think this one has some sort of, like, debatedly canon stuff. Like, I think hell as a concept, I think there was some sort of, like, input from Kubo, or this played off of some sort of, like, offhand mention in a chapter. I can't remember exactly. But I thought, like, hell as a concept was really cool, and it was very, like, visually I thought it was really good. Like, there were different, like, layers to hell, and there's one layer where it's just like, oh, it's just all, like, cubes, and just, like, all squares and shit. And, you know, so it was visually kind of cool for that. Some movies I might talk about the visuals more than others. But, like, for the most part, I thought that the Bleach movies, you know, were, like, look good, and, yeah, I mean, Hellverse was just kind of fine. Okay, My Hero Academia. Shit, this is probably another one that I watched a little while back. Wait, why can't I find it? It's in here. Oh, there it is. When I copy pasted from a Google Doc to a notepad for the sake of like taking up less memory or whatever on my computer. I fucked up with some of the formatting was different, and I forgot to mark that over, but I found it. So this is Two Heroes. According to my thing, I gave this movie a B. I think if I were to, let me double check my screen caps again. If I were to remember correctly, I know that this movie had kind of a, like the concept for, was it David Shield? Is he the one who's in this movie? Like All Might's, sort of second friend guy. Where is the folder? Do I not have screen caps for this? Oh, okay, I might not actually have screen caps for this movie. I think it was only at a certain point where I started doing that. Okay, so I have nothing to reference except my memory. I think there was some sort of like a narrative here with like technology. I don't know, like I'd be able to talk about it better in scripted form when I revisit it. Really hated the first MHA movie. Yeah, like, I mean, I put it in B tier because like, it's not, I didn't think it was particularly like exceptional, but I think I gave it like a 6 out of 10, which was how I decided to score. Like, yeah, I guess for the record, like, how I would imagine like these being numbered scores is like we're getting like S is like S and A is anything like 8 or above. I think B tier is like a 6 and a 7. C is probably like a 5, maybe a 4. And then, because I don't know, like once it gets down to the lower tiers, the numbers would be more squished. But like B tier, like it being a B tier, it's not necessarily like that high of a rating. But like I thought it told like an all right narrative. And I think like Deku was in an okay spot as the protagonist here. Like I think the characters were incorporated well enough. I don't know. I gave it a B. And then the next one was Heroes Rising. Heroes Rising I liked even less. I put that one in B tier as low because this is being graded on a curve. Yeah, exactly. That's a good way to describe it. Heroes Rising I put in C tier. Yeah, there were some movie original characters in this. I don't think I was as compelled by their narrative. Stampede is a shot at B. Let's go. And yeah, like the final fight sort of thing, I don't think worked for me as well as in the first movie. Again, my memory is kind of hazy because it's been a little bit, but I do remember not liking the second movie as much as the first. I have the third movie in here, like in this tier list, but I have yet to watch that one. Like, I'm probably going to get to it soon. And like I said, I put some movies in here to like future-proof myself for when I eventually come back to this. But movie 3 for My Hero Academia, I haven't seen that one yet, so we'll skip over that one. All right, now we're to the Dragon Ball movies. We're going to be here a while. Let's see. Curse of the Blood Rubies was the 1986 very first Dragon Ball film. I put it in C tier. It's mostly just like a readaptation / reimagining of the very first arc of Dragon Ball in like theatrical form. I think the visuals for it, like I think it's worth watching as like, like I think what was also like some of the appeal for some of these movies for me was like, I had read the manga for a lot of these things, like, I don't know, Fairy Tail or Gintama or Saint Seiya or things like that, or One Piece, So part of the appeal for me is like seeing some of these, like actually seeing the franchises in animation, without having to like rewatch the whole series through the anime, And I feel like this movie, Curse of the Blood Rubies, is very good, like, as like if you want to go back to Dragon Ball, but kind of like see it in a different light, like you're revisiting something, but also kind of like watching something new. I think this presents the very first arc of Dragon Ball in a very like visually interesting way. just by nature of being kind of like a film and having more time to be worked on. I just remember there being a lot of like just very pretty like landscape shots, and it was just it's not a one-for-one adaptation of the first arc though. Like there's a movie original antagonist and some characters there, but you'll still get all the big moments like Yamcha is there, the meeting with Oolong is in there. Right, there's also a movie original protagonist who the characters kind of like help out. Overall, I feel like it's a fine movie, and it's the sort of thing where like because it's a reimagining, I could see it having like an appeal as a recommendation for like if you want to go back and watch some OG Dragon Ball but kind of see it a little differently, and you don't just want to go back and rewatch, like you don't want to make the commitment to the whole TV anime, then could reasonably watch this movie, and I think you'd walk away like entertained enough, like feeling like, yeah, that was a fine movie. Maybe for some people it would, and that's the case for all of these movies, right? Like however you feel about a particular franchise you might put it a little higher in the tier list, like enjoying it more for seeing the characters and such. So it's like this is a C tier is also, I think, some movies where like I could see somebody liking this more than me potentially. You talking about the appeal for something and mentioning Gintama feels so wrong. Yeah, that's fair. I wish that my brain, or how do I describe it? Like sometimes I feel like my mouth moves faster than my brain, and I wish it were the other way around. The second movie is Sleeping Princess and Devil's Castle. This one's kind of weird. The material that it like reimagines, it's not even really like a full arc. It's so like in the first movie, you don't get to see Goku transform into an ape with the full moon because the movie's kind of structured a little differently, so that doesn't happen. In the second movie, they handle that scene, and they also like, it's a movie kind of centered around Lunch's introduction, which I think is like, it's interesting in concept. I think I have it in D tier because like very, I don't know, for whatever it'd be worth, like very high D tier, very low C tier. Like, I don't think Lunch's introduction quite warrants a film. Like, I don't think there's enough material to work with that. There are also some questionable moments in this film. There was a, yeah, I know that there's like a scene where Bulma gets tied up and it's kind of like raunchy and just like, it feels out of place almost. Or maybe not out of place, it just kind of feels weird. And it just like doesn't really work for me. I do find it interesting though, like as having them be a focal character. Cause yeah, like Lunch is really interesting and the main series doesn't really do anything with her beyond like the first initial kind of gag that she has, and she gets repurposed a little bit for like being present at tournaments. Yeah, it's like, I feel like Toriyama does that a lot with certain characters where it's like they have a really interesting foundation and I'd be interested to see more of them, and there's just not much of a story there. Yeah, I put this movie in D tier because I just feel like it's lacking a little bit in terms of like content. Now, the third movie, Mystical Adventure, I'm gonna put that one in B tier, mostly for like the novelty of, it is a movie that reimagines the Red Ribbon Army arc, and I think 2 tournaments. Like I think it takes the 21st Tenkaichi Budokai, the one where like, I think maybe, or am I wrong? Like it definitely takes things from like 3 different arcs. One of them being obviously the Red Ribbon Army arc, because you have like Tao Pai Pai is there, and like some of these movies I watched in Japanese, so now I'm like referring to characters by how they're referred to in those movies when in the English they're different. But like Upa and Bora are there, and they kind of get that dramatic moment. But also like Ten Shinhan and Chaozu are there, and like it's so interesting because it's a completely different setting for all of these plot elements to be pulled into. It's kind of like some sort of tournament thing. Chaozu's like an emperor, I think, and like I think Ten Shinhan's like his bodyguard or whatever. If you're like, I think it puts a really interesting like spotlight, I think, on Ten and Chaozu, like their dynamic, and also just like working all these different arcs into one movie. It's just like so interesting to watch unfold. And even if not everything kind of comes together well and maybe as like a full package, maybe it's not like the greatest narrative, I feel like it's so interesting just for how unique and just it makes me wonder, like, how does someone like come up with this? Like, imagine like, okay, we're gonna pull these elements and these characters from this arc, but these characters from this arc, and we're gonna tie them all together. Yeah, it's just like really interesting in that way. The next movie, Path to Power, is I haven't seen it yet, but I am planning to get to it. Originally, I wasn't sure if I would, but it's like, why would I not, I guess. It's interesting in that, like, it is labeled a Dragon Ball movie. Like, it's labeled as Dragon Ball Movie 4, but this movie aired after the DBZ TV anime finished airing. And, so I feel like it could be interesting. I have seen some clips of, like, some things that it does. I know that, like, Android 8 is in there. I'm like, does Goku turn Super Saiyan in that one? I can't remember. So it could be like a potentially interesting movie. But yeah, like just the fact that like it's post DBZ, but they went back and like made another Dragon Ball movie. I feel like there's potentially interesting things to get out of that. And now we're getting into I hope you liked the one B tier there, because there's only one other movie that's gonna get a high rating like that. Because now we're at Dead Zone. Dead Zone, I think I gave C tier. It is before it starts to get, like, the cast starts to get kind of bloated. Well, I mean, it's always a big cast with Dragon Ball, but, like, with DBZ, there's kind of like a changing of the guard between, like, the focal characters and stuff. And I feel like Dead Zone is in this interesting middle ground where, like, it kind of feels like an OG Dragon Ball movie, but it also has like all these elements from Z. Like Gohan is there. Goku and Piccolo are still rivals, and they're kind of like the main focus of this movie. Obviously, also the main antagonist, Garlic Jr., he gets like repurposed for a TV anime filler arc, so it also makes this movie kind of like, I guess, interesting little like trivia thing. And I feel like as far as like a movie original antagonist goes, I felt like Garlic Jr. met like the bare minimum of here's a movie villain, here's his motivation, here's his here's his sort of character flaw, and I think it kind of works with that relatively well. Not like a super high score, but I give it C tier. It's definitely as far as a lot of the Dragon Ball Z movies go, this is one of my higher rated ones. So then World's Strongest, I think I also gave C tier, because it still kind of has the novelty of being sort of OG Dragon Ball-ish, while also being a Dragon Ball Z movie. Because like Master Roshi is a focal character in this one. And it's still kind of the Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan kind of group. And I also think, like, visually it has some things sort of going for it. Like, that was also a thing in Dead Zone. Like, as far as, like, feeling kind of, like, OG Dragon Ball-esque, like, some of the combat in it was very, like, well choreographed, and a lot more, like, a lot more tied to like the physicality of like early Dragon Ball, whereas like in Dragon Ball Z it becomes more about like the beam struggles, and a lot more of the attacks are just like throwing the the ki blasts at each other and stuff. But like in Dead Zone, Goku still has like his like power pole thingy that he fights with, which is interesting. And I think World's Strongest kind of has something similar, where like it's set in like this like icy / mechanical sort of like it's like a lab in the middle of like a glacier cap thingy. So like there's like the temperature plays into it a lot, and so like when Goku does like his Kaioken, it's animated in a really like kind of fiery way, and I think it's some of the best that like the Kaioken ever looks in animation. So I also kind of like it for that sense. I am like, if I would try to talk slower, it is just like not in my programming. Yeah, because it's like, sometimes I just kind of go off on the ramble and then it's like, I need to catch my breath now. Movie 3 is Tree of Might, which I also put in C tier. I think at the moment, I'm kind of surprised that, no, it might not be my highest rated DBZ movie, but it's, oh, whoa, like it might not be my highest DBZ rated movie, but it might be the second highest at this point. Granted, I have not watched Fusion Reborn yet, which I have a feeling that one could, like, I've seen it before, but I don't, like, I might estimate where I'd put it on here, but I have to revisit it and that might change. But, you know, this movie, I think, again, kind of like talking the bare minimum, it has sort of like a narrative with like the environment, and it, he technically counts as a movie original protagonist. Higher Dragon, aka Icarus, you know, he's there. Is he a compelling protagonist? Not really. And in other movies where he cameos, he definitely does not qualify as a protagonist. He's more of a supporting character. I could hear you drinking water, so I wanted to remind you to drink even more water. Okay. But like the sort of narrative crux of Tree of Might in like a thematic sense that I took away from it is like, yeah, you know, it's the movie with evil Goku. That happens, and it's probably like the main drive for, you know, shonen heads who, or even just, you know, I don't know, a more mainstream audience. But like, looking at this movie, I thought it was like, you know, again, like bare minimum narrative storytelling. The villains kind of come in and like they plant the Tree of Might, and it sort of like takes advantage of all the energy in the planet and kind of like dries it out and makes it like a wasteland. Whereas like, you know, the movie starts off where like a forest is on fire and the characters like, you know, put out the fire and they save the animals and shit. And obviously like Higher Dragon kind of like plays into that, him being a character who gets saved. And he has like a couple narrative beats in the film, like when Gohan transforms into an ape, like he kind of comes in to save him. And something else with the ending, but I can't remember. But like, so the characters are kind of like, because they like take care of the planet and you know, the animals and the environment and stuff, it kind of like plays into the climax where obviously like you have the one moment where Gohan like gets turned into the Great Ape forcibly by Tierlist. But like Higher Dragon coming in to save him from that, or like playing a role and kind of like, it was something, I guess, like how the movie describes it is like showing that the Saiyans, like, you know, they're like born for battle, and that's kind of like Tierlist's thing. But like with Gohan even turning into that primal state, he still kind of gets calmed down by the dragon. And then also like the final climax of the movie where all the strength has been gathered in the Tree of Might. And so Tierlist is kind of like using that to be unstoppable. But then Goku's able to like channel the energy of the Tree of Might into the Spirit Bomb, which kind of works as like a narrative thematic, like cap to the whole environmental sort of like, I don't even know if this is like what the creators intended. Then that's the case for, I feel like, a lot of these things. But that's how I interpret it, at least, that like there's something of a theme here with like the planet and stuff, and you know, taking care of the world around you, and it will reward you in the end. And I was actually surprised at how much I liked that movie. Would I put it in B tier? Not really. You know, like, it has the narrative, but, you know, part of, like, you know, It was the 90s. Environmentalism was huge at the time. I'm sure it was intentional. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, probably, like, you know, to write all that. But, I mean, I don't know. It's just, I tend to focus less on, like, this is what the creators intended, and more just, like, I don't know. I like, at least in the sense of, like, I haven't found any, like, interviews or anything about the creation of this movie, so I'm not gonna say something definitively that I can't back up. Which is why this is the more, like, opinion part, and the informative video is like, I want them to be separate, so that, like, anything that I say that's, like, my opinion doesn't get misconstrued as, like, being tied into the facts and stuff that I present in the other part. Okay, are you ready for an F tier? Lord Slug. Easy F tier. I almost put it in D. Like, it's not a good movie, but the original, like, Japanese title of the movie is Super Saiyajin Son Goku, and this is the movie where he does the false Super Saiyan thing. Like, it's not real, and I'm pretty sure when this movie was released, I don't even know if the Super Saiyan had happened in the manga yet, but, like, it was clearly, like, building to it. And so this movie was like, you know, how do we market this? Oh, you know, Goku becomes a Super Saiyan. That's what people want to see. And that doesn't happen. And it's also, like, not the climax of the movie. It's just sort of like a thing that happens, and he beats up Slug for a bit, and then, like, the fight continues, and it goes away. And it's just sort of like, I give it F for false advertising. Like, it's not a great movie, and to have the whole, like, fake Super Saiyan thing, it clearly just as, like, a marketing thing, it's cheap and not a fan. Am I being a little extra harsh on that movie for it? Maybe, but it's not a good movie regardless, so. All right, fuck. Okay, this is where, like, titles, I feel like. Also, like, this is something I'll talk about in the script, that, like, obviously all of the English titles for these movies are different. In the English titles, they're often titled around the main villain. Like, you know, Dead Zone, World's Strongest Tree of Might, kind of exception to it, but, like, you know, Cooler's Revenge, Super Android 13, Broly the Legendary Super Saiyan, BoJack Unbound, you know, like, the English titles are all very focused on, like, the main villain of that film, for most of them. And it makes sense because, like, that's what you would remember the movies for. But, like, the Japanese titles are the most, like, generic, like, there's one that, like, I think the Broly movie is, like, it's like, you know, there's, like, a fierce, super violent fight thing, or, like, the what is it called? Like, the galaxy at the brink, you know, the world's, like, the most incredible or strongest guy or whatever, and it's like, it's so, for the ones that aren't, you know, false advertising, like the Super Saiyan Son Goku one, they're just really generic, and it kind of does show the creative philosophy of a lot of these films, where, like, the TV anime is happening, they're making 2 of these a year, so just, like, the sense that they are less, I don't know, like, there's definitely an argument to be made, which is, like, I don't know, I don't really see any merit in, like, oh, well, if these movies didn't exist, then the TV series would look better, because the staff that is spending time on these movies could instead, you know, be working on the TV series. Because, you know, that also doesn't take into consideration just time constraints and stuff. But, like, Where was I going with that thought? Fuck. God damn it, that was gonna happen eventually. This is what I mean by I talk faster than my brain can think. Reset. Anyone in chat can tell me what I was just saying? Yeah, no, I think it was something just like, you know, the English titles I think work better, and most people are gonna obviously remember those more because it's like more descriptive of the film that you're watching than the actual Japanese titles themselves. I don't know, although like there are some that are more specific. It's just like, I don't know, it's just an interesting note. Cooler's Revenge, I think I put in C tier. It's not like the highest of the C tier. Because I remember this one, like, you know, if I was going off of my like childhood bias, I would have thought Cooler would be higher. You also tend to talk faster than I can think. It you know, it just is what it is. Production between movies and TV anime. Yeah, yeah, like, I think I was trying to just say that, like, I don't see much merit in, like, you could maybe entertain the thought that, like, these movies not existing could in some way benefit the franchise somehow from, like, a creative standpoint, but it's clearly, like, they are made to be marketable and capitalize on the popularity of the franchise. And I think, like, also part of the creative, like, mindset behind some of these films is to like cater to a broader audience, like drawing, especially because I think around this time, back in like the 80s and 90s, I believe, maybe they still do stuff like this nowadays, but I have more like evidence for like the Jump film festivals that they used to do, where it would be like, you know, you take you know, this which is probably why they're also not like full-length movies, they're more like 40-50 minutes. Because I would imagine you'd like, I'm not 100% sure if some of these were just made for TV or if they were actually like theatrical stuff, but I'd imagine like you'd go to a theater and, you know, you'd sit down and it's like, okay, today we're going to be screening like Saint Seiya movie, Dragon Ball Z movie, Kinnikuman movie sort of thing. And like you're going to watch all of those, you know, like collectively. Either way, like, I know narratively how a lot of these films are constructed. It's like you will have the nods to the fans and, you know, you'll have the characters that they like because they're popular characters from the source material. But, like, if you're a new fan, you know, there's a lot of, like, recap for certain moments, like certain significant moments that tie into the plot, or, like, oh, here's this character, we gotta introduce these characters, and like things of that nature. So they're kind of like a bit weird in that way. Don't know what led me to that thought. Anyway, Cooler, thought it was okay, you know, like, I feel like it's in the same sense of like Dead Zone, where there's like something of like character flaw with the main villain. Like with Garlic Jr., he has this like greed for immortality and to like take over the world and shit. With Cooler, the narrative thing is kind of like his hubris of like how the movie structures it, where like he lets Goku escape from the planet that Frieza blew up, and he's like, oh, you know, Frieza should you know, take care of his own business, and then like it ends up coming back to bite him later. It's not a whole lot to work with, but it's like it is a like narrative thread that gets paid off pretty well, I think. So it gets C tier, you know, like it has a narrative. And also like, I don't know, I guess, I don't know, like Cooler being Frieza's brother, I guess is kind of like interesting in like a lore sense. But I don't know, like I would think like if I was remembering these films for the movies, I think Cooler is one of the villains who would jump to mind first, just because like, you know, iconic sort of design playing off of Frieza, maybe is, you know, like a lot of these movies are also potentially going to run the risk of like recycling stuff, or, being, what's the word I'm looking for? Like being kind of definitely like pulling references from the main series, just in terms of like techniques that are used or transformations or even some of the villains. And obviously, like, Cooler being Frieza's brother is one of those. It is quite telling that it has a narrative is enough to be C tier. Like I said, grading on a curve. Boy. Return of Cooler, not a good movie. I don't think I'd put it in F tier. Is it kind of creatively bankrupt to cash in on another Cooler movie? Maybe. Also, like, they're at New Namek, which just doesn't look very visually interesting. This movie just, in general, has a lot of moments where, like, it just kind of looks off. It's not one of the, stronger, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it's not one of the stronger films visually. Like, you know, I know there's a point where, like, Piccolo has, like, a lazy eye. What is it? Something about, like, some of the stuff with Cooler, like, some of the battle animation's a little weird. And yeah, just the fact that they're on Namek, it's not particularly interesting environmentally. And also just, like, narratively, I don't think there's as much to go off here. It's like, Cooler's here for revenge. He doesn't really have, like, the same hubris that he does in the other movie. So, I put it at D tier. It's, you know, I guess Vegeta's in there. It's notable for that. But, yeah, no, I think the other Cooler movie is definitely better. Super Android 13. I think I also put that one in D tier. We're kind of at the stretch of movies where it's like, oh boy, I have to watch more of these. And again, like I said, after, like, you know, there was a several year period, I think between, let me double check my dates. Was it 1990? I think it's 1992 where it started being twice a year. And so it's, like, very evident, I think, in some of the craft, some of the storytelling and whatnot. Obviously, Super Android 13, cashing in on, you know, the androids being around at that point. The movie is advertised in Japan as being like, you know, we have 3 Super Saiyans. We have Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks. It's not a very strong concept for the film. I think it, you know, it maybe is like the higher end of D tier. Could maybe even see a case for it being C tier because, like, the environment, the fact that they're, you know, back to fighting in the ice land. I don't know why I said ice land. I could do whatever. Like, you know, so there's all these, like, glaciers around and stuff. It's sort of visually interesting in that way, although it kind of has the same jank that Cooler's Revenge has in certain places. Like, in my head, I can just remember certain, like, goofy edits, like Kaiser Neko talking about, like, episode breakdown stuff, where he had to, like, he went in and, like, fix some animation things, or just, like, weird little edits he did that were amusing with, like, the weird looking animation. Honestly, though, like, if I were to score this on the dub, man, these dubs for these Dragon Ball Z movies are wild in some cases. For one thing, I know they add a lot of extra lines that aren't present in the Japanese. Like what I was doing was, like, I would watch it English and have, like, the subtitles still up to see, like, what more like what the lines were being said in the Japanese. And not only do they add in a lot of extra lines where characters aren't talking, they also can, like, not necessarily ad-lib certain things, but, like, what what will be a relatively straightforward line of dialogue in the Japanese audio is some sort of joke or bit or something to, I guess, like, add extra character or something in the dub. And I think with Super Android 13, that's where it kind of gets to be the most goofy. You know, like the fact that he's clearly, like, a trucker boy or trucker dude. So, you know, like, talking about how Trunks has, like, a $30 haircut and all these city boys and things like that. It's certainly something. Is it a great movie? Like, I don't really know what the narrative of it is. Like, from a thematic standpoint, I don't think it's particularly strong. It's just kind of like, you know, Dr. Giro's computer is there technology. He's got more androids. They fight more androids. Everybody works together and they beat up the guy. Like, you know, it ends with Goku absorbing the spirit bomb as a Super Saiyan, which is unique. But, like, I don't really know if I could describe any sort of, like, thematic big meaning from him doing that. It's just kind of like he wins the battle that way. And it's just a thing that happens. Goku gets punched in the dick, S tier. I mean, that does happen. It's yeah, definitely, like, I know a clip I remember seeing, like, circulated, because it's haha funny. Okay. Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. I also put that one in D tier. I think it suffered, like, it's one of the longer movies in the series, and honestly, I feel like it kind of suffers for it, because there's just so much fighting, and, like, you know, the moment kind of partway through the film where Broly has, like, a partial transformation and fights Goku and the others, I'm not really sure what that adds, because it's like you could already sort of assume that Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan at that point if there's meant to be any kind of mystery with it, but then they just give it away before he actually does the full transformation. I don't know, it's weird. And I guess it's kind of interesting, like, I guess, like, Paragus' place in the film, like, there's a narrative thing with him that, like, you know, he tried to leave his son behind and then gets crushed and dies. I don't know. Honestly, like, the Super Moly, I can't talk. The Super movie did Broly way better. And I don't think that's a hot take. I'd also imagine that, you know, like, Shounen heads might like this movie for, like, oh, you know, Broly's a big guy with a big power level, and it's a lot of fighting in this movie, so, I think it's fair if people like it for that. Like, I know I'm probably using Shounen heads like a derogatory term, but, I don't know, just from a more mainstream audience, I guess. And I do probably, like, even calling it like that is a bit jokey. But, you know, it's like, it's fine if people are interested in the movie for that. Just doesn't do a whole lot for me. And I didn't take much of, like, I don't know, there just wasn't much of a narrative that I took away from it, aside from guys punch the guy. I'm surprised that S and A are completely vacant so far. Well, this is the problem with, like, starting with, like, having to get all the Dragon Ball Z movies out of the way, because there will be S and A tier. They're just further down because I'm going alphabetically. Take that, Shounen heads. We like Lane in these parts. Did you just say the exact same thing you said to me about this movie earlier? Did I? Maybe I did. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay. BoJack Unbound. Also D tier. I guess it's cool, like, the cast that's in this. You know, to pull from Mystere Fusion's Dragon Ball Dissection, the designated leisure activity of the film is kind of interesting. And this one, I think, kind of jumps back up in terms of, like, visuals, because, like, all of the fighting that they do in the, like, they go in the pods and they're teleported to a place. And, like, all those environments are really cool. And even, like, the characters fighting BoJack in, like, the just sort of like a wreckage of, like, an abandoned town type thing. Like, it is really interesting visually, I think. And maybe even one of the, like, stronger visual movies in terms of DBZ. But, yeah, like, again, narratively, it's kind of just BoJack is a big guy, and they want to punch the big guy. Thank you for the hydrate. You would think it would have some novelty with, like, you know, Goku's not in this movie, Gohan's here, so I guess, if, you know, Gohan fans might like this a little more. But even at the end, it's just kind of like, Goku's there anyway for the final climax. It's just, like, not a whole lot to say about it, honestly. Like, it has some good moments in the early part that I like. And also, like, one thing that I made sure not to do before I revisited oh my god, I'm talking too fast. One thing that I made sure not to do while revisiting these movies was revisit the Dragon Ball dissection episodes on them. Because yeah, I'm going to remember some of the things that were said, or like have some of that imprinted on me from watching those videos. But I wanted to, you know, form my own opinion on the rewatch. And, you know, so like, what was I gonna say? Yeah, so like, you know, if there's anything that I say that sound kind of like Mystere Fusion-esque, that would be why, but it's not like I went back and was like, okay, I watched this movie, I watched that video, and, you know, kind of let that shape my view. Okay, here we go. Broly's Second Coming, F tier. One of the jokes in this movie is that Trunk pees on Broly. That, like, it was maybe gonna be a D tier, but then I remembered that happened, and, nah, it's gonna go in F tier for me. God, you know, I guess, you know, I'll also just get to Bio Broly here as well. It might be, like, higher end of D tier for me, because I just like the cast of characters that it focuses on more. But, like, a big difference between Bio Broly and Broly Second Coming is, I think, the comedy. By way of Broly's Second Coming being, like, the first 30 minutes of the film are purely focused on Videl and Goten and Trunks dealing with that village and then fighting Broly. And, God, I don't even, like, hate Gotenks in the Buu arc. I like how they're implemented and kind of, like, the tonal stuff that they do, like making it more comedic and whatnot. I think they work really well there. I think they work mostly well in Bio Broly, even if by, you know, kind of the end of the climax it gets a little old. But my fucking God, these kids in this movie are fucking obnoxious. And they're fighting Broly, who has the personality of a piece of cardboard. He has even less dialogue in this movie than he did before. It's What's the story in this movie? You get the father son Kamehameha. Oh my God, I'm incapable of talking slow enough to speak. You get the father son Kamehameha. Sure, it's an okay set piece. I don't think the movie has like anything going for it narrative wise, and the comedy is very aggravating. Hey, don't insult cardboard. Cats love it. How dare I insult the cardboard by comparing it to Broly. But yeah, Bio Broly, the cast that it focuses on, right, yeah, so like in Broly's Second Coming, you know, like 30 minutes into the film, Gohan finally shows up to fight. And it's like, there has been no narrative build-up for these two to fight, really, other than like, he was in the first movie, and he's the strong guy right now. Like, this is probably around the time when Gohan was kind of almost main character for the school stuff and whatnot. But then in Bio Broly, you know, you have Mr. Satan and Android 18, who, you know, like in revisiting the manga, I thought they had a great dynamic. And I know that I think even the TV anime kind of gives them more material to work with. But like, in this movie, I think the comedy stemming from them and taking some of the emphasis off of Goten and Trunks, I think makes it like so much more tolerable. And there are some legitimately funny moments in there with like, you know, the good thing, like how I described this movie earlier to Bree was like, it works for a lot of like girl boss comedy because Android 18 can kick Mr. Satan's ass. But Mr. Satan's got the public image, so they kind of play off each other well. As for Broly, God, I know a lot of people consider this movie the worst Dragon Ball Z movie because, like, it's the third installment of Broly, and he just becomes a giant sludge monster. What can I say? It's not great. It's better than Broly's Second Coming, though. Like, I didn't want, like, God. I wanted to, like, rip my ears off watching Broly's Second Coming. But not as much as Bio Broly. So, leave it in D tier. It's nothing to write home about. I wouldn't necessarily say it's good even, but it's not the worst. Fusion Reborn, I have not watched, or have not rewatched. I've seen it. I know everything that happens in it. I think Janemba's a really cool villain. Just in terms of, like, in both forms, like, he's got really interesting abilities, and especially, like, when he becomes, like, the thinner Janemba and can, like, teleport and, like, pixelate and shit. It's really cool. I think if I, if I remember correctly, and just also, like, you know, having seen the Mysteria Fusion video on it, I know that this I know that this movie centers on Goku and Vegeta and the fusion, and kind of has, like, a good narrative there with Vegeta kind of, like, being in hell and not alive. So I could potentially see this movie getting C tier. This is more of a projection, like, or a prediction. I'm thinking that Fusion Reborn could be in C tier, but I could also see myself liking it more than I anticipate. I could also see myself liking it less than I anticipate. So I think C tier is a good place for it, just from, like, what I remember from my first viewing, and considering all the other movies, how I expect to come back to the material. And then Wrath of the Dragon, also gonna put in C tier. It's the only other movie, aside from Tree of Might, to have a, like, movie original protagonist, if we're talking about the DBZ movies. And, you know, I don't think, God, I'm gonna forget his name, Tapion. I don't think Tapion is, like, a necessarily super compelling protagonist, but, you know, he kind of gets his moments with Trunks, and God, you know, it's something different for the DBZ movie formula, and, you know, I think it kind of gets by on that. I'd put it in C tier. I think in terms of, like, it has more of an interesting place, I think, in terms of, like, trivia for the more informative video than it is, like, maybe a compelling movie in its own right. But, you know, like, I think it's still, like, you know, it's fine. I give it C tier. Don't worry, Dragon Ball movies aren't real and can't hurt you. So yeah, like, you know, looking at this tier list so far, not looking great. I had to go through a lot, you know, I had to watch all of these movies, and there's only so many that I have, like, actual good things to say about that aren't graded on a curve. Okay, Battle of Gods. Now, this is still technically classified as a Dragon Ball Z movie, DBZ movie 14, but, you know, obviously kind of a precursor to, oh god, brain. Precursor to Super, and obviously, like, gets readapted into the TV anime for that and shit. Let me think. Why can I not read? I talk too fast, my brain is going. I'm looking right at it. God. Battle of Gods. C tier sounds about right. It is, you know, I guess it was interesting at the time for being new Dragon Ball in... Fuck, when did this movie come out? 2013? Is it really that far back? Shit. 2012, 2013? God, that's almost a decade ago. Not gonna dwell on it. Yeah, you know, it, to me, just kind of feels like another Dragon Ball Z movie where there's, like, you know, the main villain, and they fight. It has a narrative. It sure does. And Beerus, it, you know, like, I think because this is a movie where, I can't remember, someone can fact check me on it. Was it, like, did Toriyama do the, like, write the screenplay for this movie, or did he just have input on it? But definitely, like, the character of Beerus is a very compelling antagonist here. You know, there are certain things about, like, the way that the fight goes that I'm kind of just like, eh. But it's just because, like, at this point, Dragon Ball isn't, like, one of my favorite shonen as far as, like, combat goes and theming and stuff. He revised it. Yeah, so, you know, there'd be more I could say about Dragon Ball Battle of Gods at another time. Just like brain fried from all the DBZ movies. There's not as much that I have to say about it in the moment. Actually, wait, you know what? I made the fucking video. Like, I made a video, I think in 2019, talking about Battle of Gods, Resurrection F, and the Broly movie. So, yeah, if you want, like, more coherent thoughts on any of these three movies, you can check out that video. Resurrection F, more like Resurrection F tier. I knew I was going to make that joke. God, I do not like this movie. So, like, there maybe are some interesting things in it. Like, you know, the fact that Bulma gets to interact with Frieza, I guess is neat. But they're more like, you know, really small, like the opposite of a nitpick, where it's like, yeah, I guess I can give the movie this, but, like, what good does it do? It's like a nit positive. Is that a thing? I don't like the twist, or not the twist, but like, you know, Frieza coming back, I don't think it's the most compelling narrative. I feel like if there was going to be anything here to hook me, it would have been, you know, Vegeta fighting Frieza. And then it does that, like, thing at the end where Frieza blows up the planet, and it's like, no, Goku has to jump in, and I'm like, I hate this. You know, it's just like a villain comes back and they do the fighting, and it's a long movie. They do a lot of that fighting. I think pretty much a bulk of the movie, if not like the majority of it, is just fighting. Not to say that there's not, like, there's definitely something of a story here, but like, I think how I described it in my video was the story, if there's anything of a story here, is like Goku and Vegeta training and, you know, learning to like work together and sort of get along. So I feel like like a way to narratively conclude that and pay off on it would have been to like have them do fusion, but they don't do that in this movie. That's the other movie. So, you know, I just don't have anything good to say about Resurrection F. You know, Resurrection F tier. I'm like, do I type it out? No. So then, I hope you're fucking ready. As if this would surprise anyone. Dragon Ball Super Broly, we get our first A tier. They made Broly a good character, more than just cardboard. I really like the narrative in this one. You know, to have Broly, like, he's more humanized, with, like, maybe humanized isn't the word to go for, but, like, he has more time to be, like, vulnerable, and has, like, a personality. Like, there's this whole sort of thing with him, and how, like, Paragus being, like, an abusive father, and so, like, you know, Broly having these, like, fits of rage as, like, something that the characters, and I described it better in the video, but, like, you know, he's able to, like, you know, befriend the two soldier people, and, like, they treat him like a human being, and, like, kind of, like, in a way, like, it's almost like, I don't want to say, like, stepping down to his level, but, like, meeting him on his terms, which, like, I don't know, maybe that could be interpreted as, like, some kind of, like, if you were really looking for it, maybe it could be interpreted as some kind of, like, not necessarily, like, disability metaphor, but, like, neurodivergency or something like that. That's maybe reaching a bit. But, like, you know, it has a good, like, narrative thread to it that, like, I think it also works as this kind of movie because at the end of all of these movies, you know, like, the villain has to die. We gotta beat the villain. Or if they don't die, you know, like, we have to win. But this movie wasn't about, like, defeating Broly and, like, saving the Earth from this. I mean, yeah, it's saving the Earth from his, like, you know, violent outbreak, but, it's more about, like, Broly is a character who needs to be, like, saved rather than, like, a villain to be beaten and, like, killed. And visually, you know, it's fucking gorgeous. I haven't seen Superhero yet, which I have in this, again, future-proofing myself. And I know that that's very visually different from at least from the clips I've seen and from what I've heard. Yeah, no, I thought, like, overall, Super Broly is a really good movie. Wasn't Broly a girl at some point or something? I don't know. I cannot say for certain. Oh, I'm pretty sure at some point, like, in that video, I made a comment about, like, they didn't just make Broly a good character, they made Broly cute, and I'm like, that alone is a 10 out of 10. Yeah, no, it's a story I really like. All right, finally done with all the Dragon Ball movies. Let's see, so the one Super movie, 15 DBZ movies, and 3 Dragon Ball movies that I all rated. It's a lot of fucking movies. Another character in Tournament of Power. Oh, Kale and Caulifla. I forget which one is which. But yeah, that happens too. That they have, like, Broly's abilities, basically. Yeah, I don't know. God, yeah, I read the Dragon Ball Super manga. It was a thing. I hope that, like, God, I don't want to have to catch up to it. I was not the most I was, like, interested in getting through the stuff that the anime covers, and then anything beyond that, I'm like, okay, my interest has been satiated. I'm good. Anyway, getting sidetracked. Demon Slayer, Mugen Train. You know, it's more I described it in the tweet pretty well. It's more Demon Slayer. It's a good arc of Demon Slayer. As a movie, though, I have problems with it. Like, a lot of it is stuff that makes sense as it being, like, an ongoing manga, as, like, an arc, part of this continuing narrative. You know, like, another villain character kind of, like, showing up, like, 2/3 of the way through the movie and taking part in the final fight. It, you know, would work as a manga arc, because clearly it's, like, setting up more material. But as, like, if you're gonna do a film like this, where you're adapting canon stuff, you want it to be, like, pretty well constructed, I think, as a standalone film. Maybe not standalone, but, like, the narrative that takes place within the film should be able to, like, resolve itself, I think. And be, like, you know, the way that you would construct a movie, like, well set up in the beginning, and then, like, things happen, and the Made in Abyss movie is good for this. I would agree, yeah. Caribou-kun, any underrated picks? Underrated. Like, what would I describe as far as these movies being, like, under or overrated? Because, like, I feel like a lot of the movies that I have pretty high rated are going to be movies that people like anyway. You know, it's possible that some of the One Piece movies I might have higher than people would expect, or some of the Naruto movies. I have a ways to get before I get there, though. Builds on stuff from the TV show, but is a really a strong conclusion. Yeah. Like, so you can do plot, you know, like, you can do canon material in a movie format, but, why do I not see this movie come up in discussions? Because it's way better than I've heard people say. Internet broke? Oh, no. Getting distracted. Yeah, like, Demon Slayer, as a movie, you know, it's, like, as a movie, right? Like, structured as a movie, it's really underwhelming when a character who hasn't been part of the first 2/3 of the film shows up and is your, like, you know, final fight guy. Even if, like, thematically I think it works really well, it's just, like, as a movie, it's a little underwhelming. I would say the same thing with, what was it, Broly Second Coming, where, like, yeah, they have a flash of Gohan, like, you know, somewhat earlier in the movie, but he doesn't show up to the fight until, like, 30 minutes in. And it's like, there's like no narrative here for these two characters to fight, aside from, like, they're strong and they should fight. But yeah, so Demon Slayer I put as a B. Like, I think it's like I gave the TV series a 7 out of 10, and that's about what I would give the movie. Like, I think it is not like a 7 out of 10 is like, oh, it's bad. It's like this is a movie I don't even think grading on a curve I would put in B tier, because it's like, Demon Slayer. What am I trying to say? Like, to me, it's more good Demon Slayer. And if I gave the first season of the TV series a 7, a B tier, although granted, like, if I wasn't grading on a curve, 7 out of 10 might be C tier, but that's splitting hairs. So yeah, I feel like Demon Slayer, it gets about that same rating. Was there anything else about this movie, like, as a film? Like, there's a lot of, like, really all of the narrative stuff, and as it being more Demon Slayer, there's a lot of stuff in there that I like. I think maybe also part of it is a film structure making it a problem is, like, not only that the guy who's in the final fight doesn't show up until 2/3 of the way through, but Rengoku, the guy who participates in the final fight, he's not really, like, the main character of the film. It really does feel like, because it's more Demon Slayer, that Tanjiro is a big focus of the film. And, a lot of the best moments in the film are focusing on him, I think. And it's not like I do enjoy the final fight. It's just, as a film, it leaves a little more to, like, be desired, to, like, send me home, like, yeah, that was a great movie, I thought, it's a good movie, but that's about as high as it goes, I think. Fuck, what is this movie? Oh god, Fairy Tail? Fairy Tail. Why Fairy Tail? Okay, let's see. Okay, the first movie, Phoenix Priestess, I have marked as a C tier. Evidently it was competent enough as a film to, for me to give it C tier, despite the fact that I don't like Fairy Tail. Do I have screen caps of it? Do I have anything to jog my memory on what happened in that movie? Because again, it's been like 2 years since I watched some of this stuff. I don't have screen caps. Are you kidding me? Wait, no, hold on. Maybe I do. Is there like do I have like a Raven Fairy Tail folder or like a Mashima folder? I swear I had something. Maybe not. Would not appear that I have any screen caps to reference. So, yeah, no, like, I can't really remember what happens in this movie. I didn't hate it. So, it was good enough for me to give it C tier. That's cool. And then Dragon Cry was the 2017 movie. Again, like, I don't remember the movies well enough to go super in detail on it. They're going to be ones that I'll have to revisit for the script itself. Have a cookie to recover from the mental damage. I'll have a drink of water, that's what I'll do. Yeah, how I had it scored, I think, like, Fairy Tail, I think I had, like, one movie was a 4, one was a 3. But then again, like, I don't remember what those numbers meant. So I felt like, C and D is probably... like, what's the word I'm looking for? It fits in with how I rated all the other stuff, I guess. Hopefully when I do, like, the scripted part of this, I'll have revisited the movie and could give more concrete opinions on it. I just remember there being something in the 2017 movie, the second one, that I, like, really didn't like. Whereas I don't think I had anything quite like that in the first. Fist of the North Star movie I have on here, but I haven't seen it yet. I probably will watch it, even though, like, I haven't seen any Fist of the North Star, but what I've been told is that this is kind of like what the Dragon Ball movies did, as far as, like, stuff I've already covered on here, where it's like, it takes, it's like a readaptation, reimagining sort of thing. And I do want there to be, like, an idea that I had for the script as well was that I would watch one of these, like, movies of a franchise that I hadn't seen to kind of get that impression of, like, a person who would be going into the theater unfamiliar with the franchise or knowing very little about it and, like, going into the movie from that sense. But I'm not quite sure if that is the movie that I would, that would work best for that. because if it's a reimagining of actual material, it's not quite the same as like, here's an original story, getting all the moments to like introduce the popular characters and stuff where I'm like, I don't know who you are. But I might still watch it anyway. Its own thing really takes some material and creates some original materials. At the very least, makes early arcs flow better in movie format. Yeah, that sounds kind of like what some of the, what those like early Dragon Ball movies did. So I could see it being good. I'm not gonna like, anyway. Conqueror of Shambhala. That was a movie. That sure was a movie. A lot of creative choices made in that movie. Like, it's set right before the, like, Nazi uprising in Germany. Why? I don't know. But, like, the crazy thing about this movie is, like, there are definitely narrative things in it that kind of, not as much of a fan of. It was interesting to go back to, like, the FMA 03 timeline and, like, go back to that world. But even with like all of the problems I have with this movie, I think I'd probably put it in B tier, honestly. Like, I think the narrative and like theming that it sort of goes with, where like Ed is in another world, and the general sort of tone of FMA 03, where it's like the brothers never quite like, it really leans into the equivalent exchange that you can't just, have it all as a happy ending. Like, there has to be some sort of like cost for the actions. I think it kind of plays off of that well. And, like narratively, I guess, it kind of does a thing that I like conceptually understand, even if it's maybe not like, do I agree with that creative choice? Would I have done it that way? I don't know. But like, the whole thing of like the movie being in like a different world with Ed plays on like the characters that he's close to and thinks should be his allies are actually his enemies. And, like Bradley being like a good guy pretty much. Like, so when he's in the alternate world, like everyone has an alternate version of, the character they were in the, like, FMA world. And, it is pretty much played that, like, all of the people Ed could trust are people who try to screw him over or, are against him. But, like, his one ally that he can go to is, Bradley. And, that's played off as, like, Maze Hughes is a Nazi, Bradley is a Jew. And, like, I get what they're going for in the way that I described, that like the characters that Ed would think to trust, he can't, and the people that he would be skeptical of are actually, like his allies. And I guess they kind of work with that with like, yeah, of course these guys aren't good guys, they're Nazis. It's weird. And then there's like, so and the whole theme of like, we can't just abandon this other world because it's a world that exists, and, people in that world will face the consequences of the damage that we do. I think that's also really interesting. Like, I don't know. Overall, I would say that, like, I had more positive feelings about the movie than negative, but boy, like, some of those creative choices are, they're something. I've known other FMA 03 fans, and they also didn't think it was good. I mean, yeah, that's very fair. Like, I could see people not liking this for sure. I would have to probably, like, revisit the FMA 03 TV series to kind of, like, think about the ending more. Because I don't really like the note that the movie ends on, where, like, well, first of all, the conceit of the movie is that, like, Ed's trying to get back to his world, and the characters from that world, like Al and Mustang and them, are like trying to bring him back. And so like it gets to that like dramatic moment towards the end where he's like, oh, I'm not gonna go back. And it's like, well, why the fuck did we do this movie if you're just gonna redo the 03 ending? But worse. And it's like, you know, so that creative choice, I feel like I had problems with, except for the fact that they undo that. Like, at the tail end of the movie, it turns out, and this was a spoiler that I did not know until I watched the movie. You know, so spoilers for a 19-year-old movie. No, wait, no. This was 2005. 17-year-old movie. Al goes to the other side with Ed, and so they get to be together. They're just in a different world. And, like, I don't know if I'm a fan of that either. Like, I maybe still need more time to think on it, because it's like, either of those, like, potential endings I have problems with, and the fact that they both happened, I'm just like, what do I think of this? Like, do I like this or not? Because, like, sure, the one bad thing that I didn't, or the one thing that I didn't like didn't actually happen, but also kind of did happen, but I don't know. Hydrate. Oh, wait, no, that's from 38 minutes ago. That's funny. I was gonna hydrate anyway. It's canon of 2003 finale, and honestly not the biggest fan of it. Yeah, it's again like a thing where just because a movie is canon doesn't mean that it's like inherently good. I know this is kind of like it's an unusual case where it's canon, but also like anime original. But like it's canon to the 03 series. So it's like interesting in that sense. As the FMA 2003 is by far the best version of FMA person here, this movie still isn't very good. Yeah, no, like it's maybe surprising that I have such good things to say about it, but I don't know. I kind of liked what it was doing. Like what it was doing more thematically probably than in a very literal, like it's sort of like I'm maybe looking past the mechanics of the film itself and like it is its own world and more like what is this this is a vehicle for what story? What's it trying to tell? And sure, yeah, if I just dwelled on like, you know, I can't really like look at a film and purely just see it as the, you know, characters are in the world and like, you know, that sort of like suspension of disbelief type thing. Like I have that, and then also like the part of my brain that's like stories are a vehicle for ideas and stuff. So what are the ideas this movie's putting forward? And I feel like in that sense, I like this movie. In the other sense, maybe not as much. It's like, you know, if I thought about it more, maybe it could end up in C tier. I'm gonna put it in B for right now. I'm not gonna be rating Sacred Star of Milos because I still need to rewatch that one. So I'm gonna pass over that one for right now. But again, just future-proofing myself by having it in there. I'm pretty sure I might have even seen the whole thing on Netflix, like, back in, like, I don't know, 2014 or 2015 when I was going through FMA and FMAB, but if I did, I don't remember. I definitely remember parts of it. I've seen people talk about it, but yeah, like, I know people don't like Sacred Star of Milos, so, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I don't like it either. I think it's good, but just good while I think the series is incredible in terms of FMA 03. That's fair. Yeah, the general consensus seems to be that Sacred Star of Milos is not good. Okay, let me make sure I have the movies right. Fucking Gintama. I'm gonna be more positive here than people would expect. I like the Benny Zakura movie. I'd put it in B. This really works better to contextualize my thoughts in comparison to some other movies that are sort of readaptations, reimaginings of a particular arc. Let's just go ahead and skip down a little bit. I'm not going to put it in the tier list, but there are two One Piece movies. One is episode of Alabasta, one is episode of Chopper, which do a very similar thing with like readapting, reimagining an arc from the series, but in film form. And, you know, I think, like, they both kind of don't work in their own ways. But just like to compare, let's take Alabasta and Benny Zakura. You know, Alabasta is this like, I know I have the exact chapter count written down, but it's like something, you know, this big saga of like over 100 chapters if you take everything, but just like Alabasta itself, you know, is a pretty big arc. And to try to crunch that down into a film, a lot of stuff kind of gets skimmed over or not represented as well. Whereas, you know, Benny Zakura is only like I think it's like a 5 or 6 chapter arc, and only like a few episodes in the TV series. So to turn that into a film, it works surprisingly well, because not only is it able to tell that complete story and not really skip out on anything, but because the original arc is kind of like maybe not even long enough to fill like the full length of the film, it's actually able to kind of expand in a little places on material from the manga that was not, like, information that was not known at the time of Benny Zakura, but kind of like there's a flashback in it with the mentor of Gintoki and them, and they're able to like incorporate that into the film for the arc to kind of like lend more emotional weight to the payoff and the climax. Whereas in the manga and maybe in the TV series too, I'm pretty sure that flashback comes kind of later, and it's not as big of a force in the Benny Zakura arc. So, like, I hate to say it, I'm not a Gintama fan, but as far as like all the movies that I've seen in this project go, it's definitely worth a B tier. Like, I think it's an actually good movie. You know, I would love to be able to just clown on Gintama and been like, man, all these movies were shit, and Gintama's shit. But unfortunately, I kind of liked them. You know, maybe they work in terms of like, they distill a lot of the like dramatic narrative beats that I like in Gintama, and the comedy's still there, but it's like a much smaller package with all the films. And so, you know, fuck it, I'll just skip ahead. Also recently watched Gintama the Final. I would give it a B tier. You know, of all the movies I watched for this project, it was maybe the least interesting insofar as it is like a direct rip from the manga, more or less, with, you know, like, I don't want to say directly, because like I'm sure some of the fights, you know, like were expanded on a little more for the film, and things were maybe condensed a little more. But like, compared to Benny Zakura, which is a reimagining of an arc that already happened in the TV series, and also is able to kind of pull from future material to expand on it a little more. And then obviously Be Forever Yorozuya is like, it was intended, I think at the time, as like an ending to the TV series, but then they ended up making more. Like they came back to it later and did more. I don't remember like the exact details on that off the top of my head, but so in that sense, like the second movie is more of like an original story, kind of. Didn't they ended up making more happen like 6 times? I believe so, yeah. Yeah, I know that the Gintama Anime's production is its own tangled web. I don't know if Shabes is still here, but if he was, I'm sure he could. I think he watched the whole Gintama anime and also wasn't that big of a fan, if I remember correctly. Not sure if he's here lurking or not. But yeah, let me think. Where was I? What was I? Fuck. So yeah, like, my thing with Gintama the Final is that even if, like, conceptually it's the least interesting in terms of, like, approaching it for this project because it's just adapting from the manga, pretty much. And, you know, like, comparing this to the Demon Slayer movie, for example, like, it adapts manga material in a way that works really well as a self-contained film, while also being the conclusion of the franchise, sort of. And I guess maybe it gets away with it a little bit by not needing to build into more installments of the TV series. But, it also just, like, I hate to say it, the material it adapts is really good. It's a lot more emphasis on the drama near the end. And, boy, when it tries to do comedy, I still fucking hate it most of the time. But damn it, even with my bias, I can't say that this is a bad movie. I heard that the final cuts a lot of stuff out. Oh, maybe it does, I'm sure a diehard Gintama fan would maybe have different opinions on this movie and could go into more depth. For me, I finished the manga a couple of years ago. It had a lot of the big, dramatic emotional moments that I remembered, and I thought it handled it well. It's gonna get a B tier for me. And, I love Gintama, but Silver Soul comedy is absolutely bad. As for it cutting stuff, it does. The movie was better to me than the manga ending. Interesting. Okay. I definitely liked this movie better than the ending of the manga just because I was, I'm years removed from my Gintama burnout at this point. Whereas at the time, I was just like, please let it end. I've been suffering for months. Okay. Be Forever Yorozuya. I believe I gave that one a C. Yeah. It's like an anime original ending that didn't end up actually being an ending. It has Gintama comedy that I don't like. But also, like, I hate that, like, Gintama is kind of interesting at times for the way that it mixes drama and comedy, and the way that it can, like, really just keep driving a fucking gag into the fucking dirt, but then, like, turn it around sometimes and make it, really dramatic and, like, thematically interesting and stuff. But God, if there are so many fucking jokes that, like, I remember actually in the Gintama the Final when they do the opening, like, credits thing where it's like a Dragon Ball Z parody. I believe, like, it had me like, oh, okay, this is funny, up until it, like, did the joke where it's like, and now it's One Piece, and then the joke kept going and kept going and kept going, and I'm like, stop. It's not, it was funny, and you ruined it by driving it into the ground. And that's, to me, I think, like, just Gintama in a nutshell for me. That said, though, I did like the movie. I just had to nitpick that one part. And, okay, Be Forever Yorozuya is interesting in the sense, like, it is another story where the main character, like, is the main character of the film. There's no anime original protagonist for it. Debatably, you could say it has an anime original antagonist, but, like, I think it's kind of like Diamond Dust Rebellion in that way, where it manages to tell, like, a sort of interesting story while focusing on a main character from the main series, even though, like, it can't make major adjustments to the character. But it does a lot to play off of, something with Gintoki and his characterization and, like, character flaw. I can't remember off the top of my head. Is it a self-sacrifice thing? I don't think so. I don't remember exactly what it is, but it, like, plays into that really well, and I think gets some good drama out of it. Unfortunately, I can't put a single Gintama film into D or F. Sadly, I kind of enjoyed all of them, just to varying degrees. The problem with Silver Soul to me is that it doesn't give enough time for each part to breathe. The comedy feels more forced in, where the older series arcs had more of a distinction between time is actually emotional to the this is just funny. I really think Silver Soul is, like, the perfect ending for the series. It so perfectly emulates the experience of the entire series, painful comedy with amazing drama, and it goes on for too fucking long. I mean, like, I feel like I do have to give Gintama some sort of credit for, like, it does the thing that a lot of shonen, I think, can struggle to do, like, with battle shonen, as far as, like, giving, it goes out of its way to give pretty much every character some sort of moment in that final arc. And can it be kind of bogged down because of that? Maybe, but I feel like I have to respect it for You know, whereas, like, you know, then I'm getting into, like, the end of shonen discourse where I don't want to be, like, presenting an opinion that I don't have of, like, thinking that, you know, final arcs in shonen are bad, because I think to this point, with at least, like, the big three and stuff, I've never held that opinion. Even if it's not necessarily my favorite arc in the series, but I'm gonna get distracted. Hey, guess what? You want to talk about Hunter x Hunter? Let's talk about Hunter x Hunter. These should be automatic S tier movies, right? Right? Because they're not. And that's disappointing. Phantom Rouge. I give it C tier. I feel like it tells a competent narrative, you know, again, with that sort of like hitting the bare minimum. I kind of like the story with the movie original protagonist and the antagonist and how they're kind of connected. And, you know, it's got your cameos in there, like the Phantom Troop shows up, Hisoka's got to be there. And it also kind of, it's an interesting movie also because it led to Togashi kind of like publishing the Kurapika sort of like backstory chapters, which then get incorporated into this movie as part of its narrative. And so, like, I think there is a lot of interesting things going for this movie. But I feel like this is a case, and maybe it's just because I am such a fucking mega fan of Hunter x Hunter. But, like, I really feel the absence of Togashi in the script writing here, in this movie and in the next one. Like, aside from, obviously, Togashi's backstory for Kurapika getting used in this movie. And I'd honestly, like, it probably was written for this movie, just looking at, like, the timeline of events from what Togashi was publishing at the time, and the TV series starting and him publishing that, and then, you know, I'd imagine it was some sort of, like, cross-promotional thing. Can we lower Super Broly? It had a dumber reason for Broly to fight. Why did his dad make him have any negative emotion? He was a dick to Broly his whole life, and why can't he break the shock collar? He's really strong. I'm not going to lower Super Broly. I thought it had a really good narrative. I don't know what you mean by a dumber reason for Broly to fight. But, anyway. Yeah, Phantom Rouge, I feel like it's fine, you know? You know what's kind of an interesting, like, I wouldn't call it a trope, but, like, it's weirdly common in some of the... God, I can feel my voice going. It's weirdly common in a lot of these shonen movies for there to be a character who 9 times out of 10 gets introduced as a boy, or maybe not introduced as a boy, but the character, like, the design of the character and the way the main characters sort of, like, react to the character, you're meant to believe that it's a dude, right? But then they do a twist where it's actually a girl, who just dresses kind of like, you know, kind of gendery. And, like, this movie has that with, fuck, what's the name of the character? Is it Retsu? Or is that a completely different movie? But yeah, like, it does that with a character here. And also I like this movie because it has, like, when the gender reveal happens, there's, like, a little fashion moment where, like, they go to a shop and they, like, get her different clothes or whatever. They could have leaned into it more by giving Gon and Killua new outfits, but it's whatever. You know, there's just, like, little things in this movie that appeal to me specifically that are enough to keep it at C tier, I think. But regarding the, like, gender reveal thing, that happens several times in Naruto movies. What's a movie I watched recently where that happened? I don't think it was a Gintama movie. Wait, was it? I don't think it was in FMA. What are all the movies that I watched recently? My point being, you know, I can't remember the specific... Wait, was it in a One Piece movie? Was there a One Piece character who did that? There was, yeah. One Piece movie 4, I think, had the kid who, again, is, like, dressed to look very masculine, you know, for a kid. But, like, it turns out to be a girl, and it surprises the characters. I don't know what it is about shonen movies that tend to run into that, like, a decent amount. Like, it happens, I think a bulk of when it happens is in Naruto movies, specifically Naruto Shippuden movies. But, like, it happens in a Hunter x Hunter movie, happens in a One Piece movie. There might be other movies that I haven't gotten to where it happens, or movies I'm just not remembering off the top of my head. But it's, like, so interesting, just as, like, a thing that I noticed going through this project, that, yeah, these movies have a bit of a gender thing going on sometimes. And I'm not quite sure what exactly that is. I don't know if it's there because, like if it's appealing to a more mainstream audience, or that's the goal for it anyway. If, like, the idea of, you know, a female character who appears very masculine and is, like, doing all of these things with the main characters of the series, and then is revealed to be a girl in the end, is maybe some sort of, like, oh, you know, like, anyone can be a fan of shonen, and maybe it's, like, some way to... That's just, like, a guess. I don't have any, like, evidence to prove that. But, it's just, like, a really interesting... Like I said, I wouldn't call it a trope or a trend, but it does show up several times across different franchises, and it's interesting. And, of course, I would point it out because, you know, trans. I fell behind on chat a little bit. Imagining a gender reveal party for, like, an anime character with an ambiguous gender. Yeah, and especially because it's a shonen action movie, you could definitely work a gender reveal, like, fucking explosion. Full-on gender reveal party in a shonen action movie. Toei, whoever the fuck adapts shonen properties, make it happen. That's how I would write my Shonen Jump movie. You know, there's explosions in the battle anime. Tie it in thematically. Make it a gender reveal, literally exploding in fucking pink and blue. God, that's cursed, and I love it. How's my favorite shonen girl? I am doing pretty good. You know, it's been rough to get to consistent streaming. If I can get a better computer, it'll be easier, but working on it, you know? I think definitely the last couple weeks, I've had more time to sort of deal with a lot of life stuff and kind of, like, settle down and not be constantly going. And, God, my mental health has been shit, but I think it's finally, like, kind of starting to... I'll say this, and then something will happen again and it'll go back down, but it's, like, kind of starting to slowly work on an upturn. Gender reveal explosion. Thank you for the OO redeem. Empowerment? Perhaps. When are we getting an Ayakashi Triangle style fashion sequence in a shonen movie? Please give me an Ayakashi Triangle movie. That would be something. Anyway. And another hydrate. Hopefully I can make it through the last 40 minutes without another bathroom break. I am, I think getting kind of a headache, but I know that it's not from dehydration because I've been drinking a lot. It's probably just because I'm talking so much, and I talk so fucking fast. And so then I get out of breath, and then... God, I'm a mess. Anyway, we got one more Hunter x Hunter movie to talk about. I fucking hate The Last Mission. It's a bad movie. And I hate to say that. You know, this is the real plot twist of this experiment. Gintama movies ending up, you know, in B tier. Gintama movies that I would recommend. And a Hunter x Hunter movie that I would not recommend. I really feel the absence of Togashi in this movie. Like, God. This will definitely be a thing in the scripted part where I'm gonna go the fuck off on this movie. Narratively, I think it's broken. It tells this story where, like, it kind of plays into the corruption of the Hunters Association because, like, Pariston makes a cameo in it, and he's blamed to be, like, the source of a lot of the problems for the characters in the movie. But the problem with that narratively is that Pariston is just a fucking cameo. So if you're gonna put a lot of the consequence, or like the source of the narrative problems on a character who is just a cameo, isn't actually a character in the movie, that's just not good story structure, and it doesn't work with this movie. Let's also talk about the fact that, you know, because the Hunter Association is blamed as like showing corruption, and the movie original antagonists in this film, they're tied into like fuck-ups of the Hunter Association. So you would think, because like, you know, the Hunter Association like attacked their people and stuff, and you know, forced them to go down the like evil path or whatever that they're on, and they're looking for vengeance against the Hunters Association, you know, you'd think there'd be kind of like they wouldn't just be painted as villains. Like there'd be some sort of like sympathy there, or some sort of like gray morality kind of like thing in the ending where, like, I don't know, Netero's in the movie, maybe he somehow could have paid for it, but like like, oh god, with the way that the narrative is structured, and just from how I remember it, and the like notes I wrote about it, like, you could almost be mistaken to think that, like, are the villains not in the right here because, like, their people were attacked and the Hunters Association is corrupt? But then let's also talk about it on a narrative sense, that, like, the main characters fighting these people are Gon and Killua and Kurapika and Leorio. And, you know, Hisoka's there. I don't remember if he really does a whole lot. It's a Hunter x Hunter movie, so Hisoka has to be there. And you would think that, like, Netero, and, like, the whole thing with On, yeah, like, as a concept of being evil Nen, for one, it's weird, but also, like, now this is good content, Lexi rants about Hunter x Hunter being bad. Yeah, no, like, you definitely have to savor this, because it's the only time it'll happen outside of, like, you know, I'll talk about it in the scripted form, obviously, because I'll be talking about the movies again, but oh god, I hate The Last Mission. It's not a good movie. Because, sorry, there I go again. I get passionate about stuff, and I want to just keep talking and running my mouth, and, like, my brain can't keep up, and I need to learn to slow myself down, especially streaming. So, like, the main characters of the film are Gon, Killua, Kurapika, and Leorio. Netero is also kind of like a major character in the film. The problem is that because the narrative is strictly tied to, like, the Hunters Association and Pariston and Netero, the fact that, you know, the main four, and particularly, like, Gon and Killua, are the ones who kind of, like, are meant to carry, like, the in terms of, like, playing off on the villains and kind of changing their perspective and shit, it falls really flat, because, like, they're not the ones responsible for what the Hunters Association did. You know, you can make the connection that, like, because they're hunters, that they're connected to it in that way, but, like, Netero is, like, sidelined for most of the film, being held back by, like, the evil On Nen, and, you know, he should be the one to, like, deal with the consequences, because he's the chairman of the Hunters Association. But he's held back for most of the film. I'm pretty sure it ends when he gets free, and they do a big battle where the villain has, like, a Netero mimic ability, where he's got, like, a big stand type thing. And it's just so hollow. They do try to give the antagonist some kind of, like, a sympathetic light. Like, there's the one guy, the one grunt, who Gon and Killua fight, and, you know, they try to give him, like, a little moment where he's, you know, like, he just likes to fight, and, you know, Gon and Killua kind of, like, won him over, but, cause, yeah, like, they all do these, like, covenants to strengthen the main villain, which is supposed to make the main villain look, like, greedy and bad, because, like, oh, he's taking advantage of these people who work under him. But they were, like, all part of the same problem with the Hunters Association where like they all they lost their people in their home, and they get recruited by this guy. Is he Jed? Is that his name? Like, he takes advantage, like, sure, he's not a good guy. Like, he takes advantage of the plight that they're in, and he like gives them, but he also gives them the power to, rectify that, or attempt to at least. So it's like maybe the movie was kind of trying to go for some gray morality, and I feel like there should be, but it doesn't execute on it very well. Especially playing into the corruption of the Hunters Association, which definitely pulls from the main series. It's just, I have a lot of things I could nitpick about this movie, and I think narratively it's not good. So I will go off on these fucking nitpicks. And I think I especially dislike it because it's bad Hunter x Hunter. In what other instance would I call anything in Hunter x Hunter bad aside from like brief moments? Like in the Hunter exam arc where there's the one girl and Leorio gropes her and is like, oh, well maybe she, because there's the doubt of like, well maybe she's not a girl, maybe she's trans or something. And it's like, dear God. Or an okama or whatever the word they used was. So, like, outside of very specific moments, there is never a moment, or there's never, like, an arc in Hunter x Hunter, or a story, anything like that, where I look at it and I'm like, this isn't just, like, fine, this is bad. So the fact that the last mission exists is a bad movie, and is also a bad Hunter x Hunter movie, makes me just very, very pissed off with it, being perfectly honest. Am I playing it up because I think it's probably entertaining for, me being a known, like, Hunter x Hunter fan who's made so many videos about Hunter x Hunter, having something negative to say about Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, like, if I'm just talking with someone, I would be negative on it. I wouldn't be playing it up this much. But, like, I'm doing a live stream. I have the reputation. I feel like, it's worth going off. The last mission is really I gotta catch up on chat, yeah. The last mission is really terrible. Getting used to keeping up with your talking, at least. The last mission tried to be Chapter Black, but missed the point, so shockingly bad. That's accurate, because they have a fucking Chapter Black reference. Like, it's the Black Recorder or whatever, where it's like, show it to people, and it, like, brings out the evil in them or whatever. But Chapter Black both did it better, and, like, the Black Recorder is it's so poorly implemented in this film. Can we also talk about, on a more minor note, at the beginning of the movie, they introduce Gon and Killua, and there's a line of dialogue, an interaction between Gon and Killua, where it's like, it's good to be back in the city, we've been in the forest so long. So then that raises the question, and I typically don't dwell on, like, plot things like this, like in terms of trying to fit it in the canon or whatever, but like, it's fun to entertain the thought for a bad movie, right? So if they've been in the forest, but they're in the city for this movie, I could also talk about the fact that it's like, it goes back to Heaven's Arena, and that is an interesting concept that they could have honestly just done a fucking bare bones tournament arc in the Heaven's Arena with movie original characters. And it probably would have been better than this movie, but regardless. They talk about how they've been in the forest for all this time, and then, like, how they're in the city now, and, So it's like, when does this movie take place? Did you just leave Kite to die in the forest? Is this after Kite's dead? Yeah, it's just like if the line wasn't there, I wouldn't think about it. Like, I never think about these movies anymore in terms of, like, where would they fit in the timeline? But the fact that that movie is there, or that line is there, it's just like, what? Is Kite alive? Is he dead? Did they leave him in the forest? What? Don't think about it. Don't think about it. It's movie logic. Don't think about it. And, yeah. Fuck. That was a rant. I'm gonna actually take a moment to catch my breath on that one and read chat. Also, my twist is Dragon Ball Super movie in A. I don't know, I liked the Broly movie. I explained it earlier. And also, I talked about it in the video that I made. That's already on the channel. I don't even remember the original villains of this one. You were describing, by the way you're describing it, makes me think of a character from a filler Yu-Gi-Oh arc whose family gets killed by Kaiba, except they weren't, so fuck it. Yeah, On being evil Nen is a dumb concept. Yeah, no, On is really stupid because, like, Nen is, like, tied to your spirit and shit, and it can take on any form. And plenty of bad people have really strong Nen abilities. So why does this movie need to have an evil Nen? It's so stupid. Evil Nen is a really dumb concept, but it's funny. That's fair, that's fair. Right! Oh, I have the screen cap of this. 1 second. I'm still not caught up on chat, so I apologize. I have a fucking screen cap from this movie that I am putting on stream because it's just like, wow, that's in this movie. So there is a set piece in the movie at one point where, like, the okay, actually, you know, this movie has one joke that was funny. They go up to, like, an electronic lock to get into this, like, vault with weapons or something, and Killua sees it and he's like, oh, it's like this auto lock, you know? I've got electricity, I can take this thing out. Meanwhile, Gon just fucking punches it and breaks it open. That is, like, I think the one time that I enjoyed myself in this movie was that one joke, because goddammit, it was funny, and it's surrounded by a bad movie. Let me find the screen cap. Anyway, when that happens, like, they're fighting a villain. Okay, actually, never mind. Fuck it. I have 2 screen caps. I have two I used to do that so much, just make dumb bullshit noises when I'm getting away from myself. I try not to do it anymore, but sometimes it slips out of me. First of all, the fact that, like, this one's just funny. Why is it Evangelion? Why are they in a... Why is there a set piece in this movie where it's just, like, sitting at a table but it's one person, and all the other ones are, like, these floating monitors? Why is this movie Evangelion? Please explain. Anyway, the actual screen cap. Gonna watch this movie and give it a higher score than the series just to mess with you. Bree, don't do this. Don't do this to me. Why do you want me to suffer? Talk no jutsu except not good. That's also fair. I feel like it's a common trope having a powerful character being restrained for the most part of the movie in those movies, but I can't really back it up. It's like, sometimes I think it can work, but, like, a lot of the times it doesn't, like the most powerful character being out of the movie for a while and then coming in. You know, like in Broly's Second Coming, where Gohan doesn't appear to join the fight until 30 minutes into the film, and it's like maybe a 50-minute film. So there's, like, that example, and, like, Netero being set aside. The 1v1 fight between Netero and Jed was so weak, too. It was, like, a couple of still illustrations. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Wait, don't spoil Chapter Black? I don't think I spoiled anything major in it, just the fact that, like, that's pretty much the premise of Chapter Black. Like, there is the, like, tape called Chapter Black, and it corrupts people. That's why it's called the Chapter Black arc. But that's not really a spoiler in, like, a major sense. Netero is still around. Was Pariston even, like, a character until after the Chimera Ant arc was over? No. So, like, that's also a thing that I think this movie did, that a lot of these movies will do. Because it's getting produced alongside the anime, but also, in most cases, alongside a publishing manga. And I think that technically counts for Hunter x Hunter, because Togashi was wrapping up the Chimera Ant arc and then also publishing the election arc while the TV series was going. Like, I think like 2012 was when he went on a big streak of publishing chapters. And this movie came out in like 2013. Fuck, what was I saying? Yeah, no, so like what these movies will also sometimes do is like foreshadow a character or like have a character cameo who isn't in the TV series yet, but is in the manga and will show up in the TV series. And that's what they kind of do with Pariston. They just do it in a bad way. Okay, so let's get this other joke. So what I was saying, when they do the like the auto lock joke where they have to break into a vault, they're fighting an enemy. They need to get weapons. Enemies chasing them, and they need to hide from the enemy. Now, this is how they hide. There's a little what do you call this? Like a cutout thing that's just there. It's just a prop in the film for some reason. And they run past it, and they hide there. And so this is an image you get out of Hunter x Hunter: The Last Mission. And you know what? Fucking fair, I guess. It gives the movie some character. I don't know. At this point, I don't know what to think of this. It's in a bad movie. There's so much else that I dislike about this movie more. I'm not gonna split hairs over this. Whatever. It can be funny, maybe. God, I'm losing my mind. I think that's the reason this movie deserves to exist. That's fair. That's very fair. And I mean, yeah, it's a funny visual in the context of the characters. But just, yeah, it's more funny as an out-of-context Hunter x Hunter thing than it is to watch it in the movie itself. Are we still on the last minute? Oh god, the last mission rant. Yeah, no, just finishing it up now. I think that, yeah. I only read the first chapter of it, chapter black. Nothing to do with anime, but the Jaguars are destroying the Chargers right now, and I'm honestly just blown away. Elite NFL playoff team, the Jacksonville Jaguars. Honestly, if they keep that up, they might get the division this year. I'm almost like, no, I'm gonna hide the tier list if I leave this up. Yeah, I'll delete it. Huh. What a rant. Can I even, like, top that in the rest of this stream? I got, like, 20 minutes to go. I can do a little more. Next on my list is all the Inuyasha movies, which I just started watching Inuyasha for the sake of this project, but also because I wanted to watch Inuyasha at some point anyway. And it has 4 movies. I feel like even if I don't... Like, if I get done work on this video faster than I expect to, then I might watch one of these movies relatively blind for what I'm trying to, like, do. Possibly, maybe, I don't know. But it's like 4 extra movies that I feel like... So the reason why I'm watching so many movies, I think, is less for the, like, informative part of the video itself, because at a certain point, I think I've noticed most of the tropes or trends that appear in these movies. Like, once I've already seen 50, 60 movies, you know, how much more am I gaining from the other 10 or 20? But, more so when I do, like, the opinions, like, they're having seen so many movies gives me more footage to reference, and more examples to pull from. So they're good in, like, a supplementary sense, but it's more so, I think, for the opinions video, where, like, if I'm gonna... I don't think I'll even be able to title it, like, I watched all the Shounen Battle movies, or some clickbait thing, because I technically wouldn't have seen them all. But at the very least, like, I'm making it the most comprehensive I can make it within the confines of the boundaries I've set for myself with this project, so that I can actually fucking produce it. So yeah, I don't, it's looking like, 80 could potentially be like the final total, what I end with going into the video. But I don't know, it's possible that could change. Like, I don't know if it would be a better title, like better sort of like whatever the titles that the YouTube algorithm wants to title it as, like, I watched, I watched over 70 Battle Shonen movies, or I watched 80 Shonen Battle movies. Like, would that be enough to get people to click on the video? That I'm talking about more so for, like, the tier list part. I already know what I'm going to title the informative one. That's why it's clickbait? I guess that's fair. Oh, shit. Bree, what are you doing? I guess thanks for the gift subs. I appreciate that. That's the first time anyone's ever done a gift sub like that. Anyway. Where was I? Where was I at? Fuck. It's not even like I have that many emotes to show for it, but I have some. My favorite of the movies is movie 3. I think movie 1 is the easiest one to watch blind, and that's about Inuyasha. Yeah, it's possible. I could see myself watching the first movie blind, maybe. Well, it's not even fully blind, because, like, I know the premise of the series now. Girl, I watched 100 anime filler movies is a better title and you know it. Where am I gonna get the other, how am I gonna make it to 100? Like, should I title it and lie? Because, I mean, like, I know people have done that. Like, I think it was, Trixie did, like, 420 plus anime recommendations, and it wasn't actually 420. I think just based on what you did. Right, Shaves. I mean, we're mostly past it now, but we had some Gintama discussion earlier, and there was context I was missing for the anime as far as, like, it doing the, like, oh, it's going to end, but then there's actually more anime, like, several times. Can you give any more, like, I don't know, you watch the whole thing. Context, if you can give it. There's 100, I can help you. If you're including FMA, the gates are open. Well, I mean, like, I'm looking purely for, like, it has to be, like, whatever is going to be the most valuable for my time for the sake of, like, getting the project done. Granted, I guess if we're including, like, non-shonen battle movies that I will end up watching more so for reference, then that could possibly push it over 100. Like, I think I'm gonna check out some sort of Urusei Yatsura content, because it's one of the earlier non-Toei examples from the 80s of having an ongoing TV series with multiple, like, yearly installments theatrically. There's also Dr. Slump. I read the first volume of the manga of Dr. Slump. I'll probably read, like, a little more of the manga, and then, honestly, I could see myself watching some Dr. Slump movies. Is Dr. Slump a battle series? I feel like it's more of a comedy, but maybe it has battle elements. Maybe I can include it. But yeah, those are like stuff for reference. Do you think it's possible that this video will get caught up in the overly long video essay trend and get carried to a ton of views that way? That is my only thought as far as if I were to put the opinion piece and the informative piece together in a movie-length video, that is absolutely what I would be banking on. Because, like, yeah, I feel like this is a kind of project, but because it's like shonen battle movies, it's gonna have a pretty wide net to reach out to. Even if, like, it's so many different franchises, there's also a lot of specificity to it. But, like, I could see it performing really well on that kind of basis, or I could see it being a flop. I really hope it's not a flop, because if it does well, I can do this for other franchises and stuff. Maybe even, like, God, if I expand the range to shonen but not battle shonen, like, not manga adaptation battle shonen, fuck. You know how many fucking Doraemon movies there are? How many fucking Detective Conan movies there are? How many fucking, like Dr. Slump, Urusei Yatsura, and, you know, there's definitely more, right? Like, I know there were other examples people linked to me. And it's like, I can only include so much for the sake of, like, I don't know if I'll get this video done this year, but, like, I want to get it done sometime probably in the next, like, 6 months. Like, I'm working on it with the intent of having a video, like, soon-ish, you know? And I need to make sure the video actually gets made. And if I keep expanding it to include any kind of shonen, or any kind of, like, filler-ish movies that are anime original and tell their own stories, and project would never fucking end. And I can't do that to myself. For the sake of my mental health, I need to have a video to put out, and I'm honestly kind of mentally, I want to get this project off my plate. I've put so much work into it, and honestly, still have a lot more to go. And it's easier to jump into while I'm still trying to get my, like, creative spark back, because I already have, like, 8 to 10 pages of script written that I just need to make some adjustments to and add on to, and then also write the whole opinion piece part of it. Anyway, this one will be quick. So the first franchise I can actually talk about next on the list is Kinnikuman. That's pretty easy. But let me just double check. Yeah. All right, Kinnikuman, simple. Movie 1, F tier. Movie 2, D tier. Movie 3, D tier. I don't like Kinnikuman. All of these movies were suffering. The only reason movie 1 I put an F tier, as opposed, like, the other two, I don't know. I guess if you like Kinnikuman, I could see it being maybe fine. You know, they were movies. But, like, the first Kinnikuman movie, I put an F tier because I think that there are certain things in it that, like, granted, for the sake of, like, researching this project, I think watching the first Kinnikuman movie was certainly interesting, because you know how in these kinds of movies, you're going to have the, what's it called? You're gonna have, like, the moment where all the popular side characters that, you know, experienced viewers with the franchise would be like, oh, I know those characters, and you have to have them all come in and like, oh, this is who this character is, and stuff like that. Because as much as these appeal to a broader audience and possibly people who haven't seen the franchise before, it also has stuff like that that'll cater to the core audience. Anyway, how Kinnikuman does that? Because, you know, usually there's kind of, like, narrative reasons to justify, I guess, like, when the characters show up or what's going on. But, like, the Kinnikuman movie, being as far back as I think the first movie is 1984. And so I guess, like, maybe the characters popping in, you know, like that hadn't quite been fully codified yet. So in the first Kinnikuman movie, like, it opens up, main character is there, they're at some sort of event, and like, the villain shows up, he beats up the protagonist and takes his girl, leaves, and then just, like, immediately after, all the supporting characters just walk in from off screen, and they're like, oh, we're here to help you, Kinnikuman, and it's like, hold on, why did you just watch him get beat up? Were you stuck in traffic? Like, what was the excuse for you not being there a second ago to make the save? Like, it's not like, you know, they just walk in, like, they're just there. And it's like, so how did you know that he needed help in the first place if you weren't nearby? I don't know. It's just like, it's so straightforward on, like, the trope, because I guess maybe, you know, as far as, like, Shonen Jump stuff goes, maybe that hadn't quite been, like, codified as a trope, but it's just it's so straightforward and, like, like, it doesn't have any, like, what is the word that I'm looking for? It's just so on the nose, and it doesn't, you know, even bother to, like, give it any sort of, like, what is the plurality of grandiose? Grandiosity? I don't know words. But see, like, you could maybe justify it in terms of, like, Kinnikuman's a comedy, and very often, the protagonist is very, like, obnoxious, and that's kind of the joke. So you probably could just write it off as, like, yeah, no, they just don't really care for Kinnikuman that much, so they were fine to see him get beat up. And then, but they would be there for him at the end of the day. I don't know. It was just kind of weird, and I thought it was funny. I just have nothing to say about the other two movies. They happened. And I don't like Kinnikuman, so I'm going to be biased against it. But I feel like even if you were a Kinnikuman fan, I don't feel like these movies bring a lot to the table. It's really just as straightforward as there is a bad guy we have to fight. We fight the bad guy. That's the movie. And I think, like, there are, not to say that, like, as far back as the 80s, like, there were franchises that weren't doing interesting things with this format. Because, like, there are Saint Seiya movies that I like from later in the decade. There are obviously Dragon Ball movies that I like from later in the decade. And, there's probably more franchises that I still need to look into that, even just aside from action titles, but I don't know. Not to dwell on it too much, I don't think they're good movies. Even, my bias against Kinnikuman probably gets in the way a little bit and factors in, but even so, I just don't think they're very noteworthy. So then, now we can start getting to the good stuff, the last stream, I think it covered like 34 movies, which is a lot of movies, and I hadn't even gotten to 2 members of the big 3 yet. So, let's get to some Naruto. The very first movie, which I think this is like one of the very few movies on here where I have any kind of like nostalgia for it, because I can remember on like Toonami, back when I was like really young, they I believe they would have done like a TV broadcast of Clash in the Land of Snow, the first Naruto movie. And I definitely remember seeing bits and pieces of it, but it was still, so it was interesting to go back to with what little like bits and pieces I knew of it. That said, I don't think the nostalgia really, I don't know, it doesn't lend the movie a whole lot of like bonus points for me. I would just put it in C tier. I feel like it was a relatively unremarkable Naruto movie. It's noteworthy in the sense that I'm pretty sure it's the only movie that has Team 7, like, as a unit. In every other movie, Sasuke has already, he's already in his antagonist role. Which is not to say that Sasuke doesn't show up in other movies, but this is the only one where it's that original core group of like Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke. And I don't know, like, I guess it's interesting in that sense, but that it's almost like because of that, I find some of the other earlier movies, like, that's an extra point that I find interesting about them. Like, you'll find in the second movie, Stone of Galel, the third movie, what's the third movie called again? The Guardians of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. I think the first Naruto Shippuden movie has it. And maybe the second movie might also have some sort of squad, but it's like, it'll be Naruto, Sakura, and then like some third person in place of Sasuke. But it's like before Sai was introduced. So I think the movies following the first one kind of get interesting little like the opposite of a nitpick. They get like little bonus points because I think like seeing the different the different sort of squad groups that they have as the main focus. Like in the second movie, I believe it is Shikamaru who they have going along with them. In the third movie, Rock Lee's there. Naruto Shippuden in the movie, I believe, is it a group of 4? I'm pretty sure Neji's there, if I'm remembering correctly. Some of these movies would have been ones that I watched like 2 years ago at this point. That said, we could definitely use with some more A and B tiers here. So let's get to movie 2, Stone of Galel, which to me is definitely my favorite of the original trilogy of original Naruto movies. And I think it also, actually, yeah, it's my highest rated Naruto movie aside from like Boruto and Naruto the Last, which I feel like are kind of in their own category where, I'm pretty sure for both of those, Kishimoto wrote the screenplay for it. I don't have like my source on me, but I remember looking it up. But maybe I'm wrong and it was only one of the two. But definitely like having more input from the original author in those two movies. So those kind of being sort of not quite in the same like filler format that all the other movies are. But yeah, movie 2, it's pretty good. This might be another instance where I struggle to fully remember what all happens in it. I do at least have screen caps to reference. I remember, like, I think a point why I like this movie is just because you get, like, there's some really interesting animation in it. I know there's a fight with, like, this movie also kind of heavily features the what are they called? The, like, Sand Village trio of, well, okay, not the trio, actually. I don't think Tamari really... She might not show up in this movie, or she just might not get much to do. But, like, Kankuro and Gaara get fights. And there's, like, some sort of, like, genjutsu moment where, like, one of the movie antagonists, like, uses, like, a genjutsu ability, and the animation gets all, like, trippy, and the colors are really wild, and it just looks really cool. So that was neat. I think also, this is sort of getting back into, like, the general structure of how these movies tend to go. But, like, for me, if I had to pick, like, a single, maybe not a single franchise, but, like, the two franchises that I thought tended to work best, I think, with this movie format, for me, was probably, some sort of a close race between One Piece and Naruto. Because, like, for Naruto specifically, the structure of the original series, like the structure of the whole Naruto manga and anime, is like very heavy emphasis on Naruto sort of like encountering these like ideological opponents and then kind of, fighting with them and kind of like through his willpower, like imparting that onto them and kind of like making them change their views and whatnot. And so just for the general structure of these kinds of movies where, you either there's like a movie original antagonist and the characters just have to fight them, or you can have the stories that have the movie original protagonist where they're going to get most of the like development, and that's where like a lot of the narrative weight is going to be placed. Whereas it's best, I think, like with Naruto in particular, he's a really good like character to influence other characters, and in a format like this where the protagonist is going to have to, like the movie original protagonist is going to have to be the one to have any sort of like character development or change or growth over the course of the movie. I think Naruto, he works well as that kind of force to lift up the desires of that movie original protagonist and kind of like lend power towards whatever that character desires. And not to mention the mission format worked decent for filler too, which One Piece tried having more. Yeah, I feel like that makes sense. And especially like another cool thing about Naruto movies, like I said earlier, is that like because you get all these missions, and you know, it's always about like you have to have your squad of ninja going out on a mission, you know, they're able to like rotate that third person in place of Sasuke when he's off doing his own thing. And I think with this movie in particular, I'm not sure if I can remember the plot like exactly. I know that there's like the guy and he fights the guy. You know, this will be one I'll have to talk more about in the more scripted opinion piece that I do. But like I don't know. What are these? Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that there were like cool little like action set pieces in this one. I liked the, you know, the different squad. And I don't know. To me, it was just like the most fun of the original 3 Naruto movies. Rainbow Rasengan and Moon Rasengan. One Piece, you could definitely do some outlandish stuff as far as island designs go for filler. Oh yeah, we'll definitely get to One Piece, because like One Piece is another franchise that I think does the movie format really well. And of course I'm saying this after watching my 2 least favorite One Piece movies, which was a real letdown to end off on. But you know, like also a big appeal for these movies for, I'd imagine, both like well, maybe less so for like a mainstream audience, but definitely for like experienced viewers, like on a sort of more basic, like fundamental level. If you like the franchise, you're gonna want to see the characters that you like do cool shit. And you know, with One Piece movies in particular, it's like the Straw Hats are awesome, and you just want to see the Straw Hats do cool shit. And you know, if the movies are really good, you'll give them like the outfit changes, and they'll look really stylish and stuff. And that's just like a little detail I appreciate in any of these franchises that do it. That said, the third movie is Guardians of the Crescent Moon Kingdom. I think this one was like a high C for me. Like, according to, you know, I don't have all of these franchises ranked by like movie by movie necessarily when I have them broken up into like the lettered tiers. But with the Naruto movies, I definitely think that the second and third Naruto movies were 2 of my like more favorite movies of the bunch. This one is it's about like, you know, there's like a little spoiled like rich kid kind of dude where there's some sort of, I forget how it's described in the movie, but like they have some sort of like kingdom, and like the dad is kind of a buffoon, and the kid is just very like abrasive towards other people and the ninjas and stuff. And it's another sort of instance where, you know, Naruto's able to do his thing and, you know, like inspire change in this young boy, and you know, kind of there's character growth there. And it's just kind of another example of Naruto works really well in this format, I think. And I'm trying to think, were there any other particular noteworthy points here? I mean, like I said, Rock Lee is in this movie. He's the third for the Team 7 cell, or squad, whatever. I think this one there's some moments in here that also kind of like got a good laugh out of me, because it's sort of at that point where we're not quite part 2 yet, so the time skip hasn't happened, but you're already starting to see how like Kakashi you know, like he has a fight, and at the end of the fight, he's just sort of like dead on the ground, and he's like, because he does some sort of like fancy Sharingan ability, he's like, I'm not going to be able to move for 2 weeks. And it's just like, go home, old man. You know, the new generation's passing you by. I don't think Rock Lee had quite as interesting of a role for me. Like, you know, he does his, I guess the most recent thing he had done was like the Drunken Fist. So he gets a fight where he gets to do that. And it's like, okay, sure, you know, it's fine. Where was I at? I wonder if the One Piece anime would have a better reputation if it had more filler, but better pacing for canon material than where it's at now. I mean, like, realistically, like, I think maybe it's this project in particular that's just kind of broken me. I feel like I could potentially see myself going back to watch, like, Big 3 filler. Like, definitely, I hate to say it, but, like, Naruto stuff I'm kind of interested in, and, like One Piece filler stuff as well, because I know there's like that one arc that everyone says is, you know, like, oh, the fucking head ass take of like, oh, it's better than Skypiea. Skypiea's the filler arc. Sorry, I should be talking about Naruto, and but like, I don't know, it's like, I don't know, an opportunity for more One Piece and more Naruto, and I guess that's just where I'm at now, where it's like, well, if I could watch all these movies, you know, why can't I handle a little filler? They can't all be bangers. You'd think, what did that say? You'd think the One Piece filler would be great, but the last one was G8. One Piece fashion is what I live for. No idea Naruto had that many movies. You know, I believe, and like Naruto isn't even the franchise with the most movies. Like, honestly, I don't even think One Piece has surpassed Dragon Ball yet. And the fact that, like, more Dragon Ball Super movies just keep getting made, maybe it just won't happen. Lexi, please, for the love of God, you can't stop me. Fans would complain about that, too. I've seen all the Big 3 filler. Do not do the Bleach filler. I mean, I've heard that the Bleach filler is particularly bad. Because, yeah, like, from what I heard of the Bleach filler, it's like they'll be in the middle of an arc, and then they'll just stop adapting that arc and do something completely different, and then just go back to the arc, which I guess is interesting in that you could probably skip it pretty easily, or at least most of it. Bount arc wasn't bad. I feel like that's not a take I hear often. Anyway, back to the movies, or else I'm gonna be here all night. Naruto Shippuden Movie 1, or Naruto Shippuden the movie. This was also a movie that, you know, I'd put in C tier. Probably, like, again, like, maybe if I were to sub-rank the tiers, it's probably, like, a high C tier for me. And this is where I get to talk about something I find really interesting about the Naruto like, the change between Naruto and Naruto Shippuden movies in particular. Because in the first 3 Naruto movies, you know, the first, like, movie original protagonist is, like, an older woman, almost kind of, like, taking that, like, Tsunade role in a way, as far as, like, where Naruto stands in relation to her. And then the second and third movies are, just, like, you know, young boys, like, Naruto's age. Which makes sense, because, you know, he's a younger kid, and he's gonna be, like, I don't know, clashing with those types of people, whatever. But, suddenly, when we get to Naruto Shippuden, like, all of the movie original protagonists are, like, they're just all now girls who would be Naruto's age. And there always seems to be, like, some kind of, to varying degrees, like, romantic tension, in a way. Naruto Shippuden, the movie in particular, let me pull up my screen caps to make sure I get it right. It, like, ends on a joke where, like, because the main protagonist for this movie is, like, a priestess girl, and it ends on a joke where she's like, the power that I possess, like, should be passed on to the next priestess, and she's like, would you help me, Naruto? And, you know, the characters in the back, I think it's like Lee and Kakashi, and maybe there's someone else, but they're like, oh, she's talking about, like, you know, like, will you have my kid? and Naruto, being a adorable dumb fuck, is like, yeah, sure, I'll help, and he has no idea what he's talking about, and it's just funny to me. There was also a shot, which this is definitely going to be in my project notes, as like another joke in the script, but there's a part in it where Naruto's like in a lake or whatever, and like the girl is like, he's just saved her from something or whatever, and she's just kind of chilling, and he like gets out of the water and like shakes the water out of his hair or whatever, and it's animated to like she blushes, and it's like, wait, are you trying to make me attracted to Naruto? Are you trying to make me think that like Naruto is some kind of like heartthrob dude? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just like an interesting little thing about these movies that, I couldn't help but notice when I was watching them all in a row. And it's like, huh, that's interesting. Anime kept trying to pit Naruto with any girl besides Hinata. I feel like I missed a little messages. Oh yeah, I like that. That's way better than trying to integrate it regarding Bleach filler. Naruto doesn't know what sex is. They're either the not Sakura, not Hinata, or not Ino. Okay, but have you seen older Naruto? Moving on. The next movie is Naruto Shippuden Bonds. I don't really care for that movie. You might be like, oh, cool, Sasuke's in it. It's like I think the first movie since the first original Naruto movie where like Sasuke is actually like, he makes some kind of like appearance in Naruto's memories, I think, in the second movie. Or maybe he has like a cameo, but he's not really like a focal character in the movies. He's there in the first movie, and then he goes away for a bit, and then he comes back in movie 2, and he's kind of like, I don't know if I would describe him as like secondary protagonist, but he definitely kind of has his own thing going on. There's a funny joke I liked in this movie where, the movie original protagonist is like they're, I don't know, they're trying to like evacuate them from this like crumbling structure or whatever, and she's like, oh, I'm not gonna, no, I have to stay behind, like I can't leave Naruto, and Sasuke just like grabs her and just throws her into the rest of the people, and he's just like has this look on his face that he like can't be bothered. That's like, the one thing I remember liking about this movie. And this movie also starts the trend of Naruto like running into these movie original protagonists who, in the beginning kind of seem to be like disguised like boys, but they actually turn out to be girls. And does it happen more than twice? Maybe it only happens twice, but the fact that it happens more than once, and I mean, I pointed this out in the last part, that, I don't know, it's just like an interesting thing that happens in, more than one of these movies in more than one of these franchises, and I don't know. I don't think it's enough to be called a trope, but it's interesting. I think she might be disappointed in me with that one. Maybe just a little. But nah, it's alright. And yeah, I don't know. I just didn't think I wasn't super sold by like the narrative for, God, I keep forgetting how I have this laid out. I need to actually like show where I put the movie. Was it my least favorite of the Naruto movies? Oh no, it's not the least favorite, but that's not a good sign. It's definitely like bottom 3 for me though. Yeah, I don't know. It just didn't have a strong enough narrative to hook me, I guess. What came after Bonds? That's The Will of Fire. This movie is different from the last 2 movies, and I guess really all the movies up to this point, in that, oh, do I not have screen caps? Oh, wait, no, I was literally just in the Will of Fire folder. I'm pretty sure this movie doesn't have an original protagonist. I think it's just like, oh, I don't remember the end. I feel like I don't remember a lot about this movie. I just remember that I really didn't care for it. It has this whole sort of theme of like inheriting the will of fire, and what even happens? Or maybe there is a movie original antagonist, just not a protagonist. It's one of those movies that's like kind of hazier for me to remember. I just remember, liking it even less than Bonds. I know the character, I think Naruto's doing a thing, and the characters try to stop him at one point? And there's a bunch of the main, supporting cast of Naruto shows up in this movie, and I don't know, I just don't think they're used in a way that particularly stood out to me, and the narrative didn't quite grab me in the same way. So then after that is Naruto Shippuden, the Lost Tower. That one I think for me is more like a lower C tier. It does the thing again where it's like we're back to the usual script of here's an original character who Naruto has to kind of help out. Continues the trend of it's another girl. Was she like a princess or something? I forget exactly what her deal is. You can really tell when this movie takes place because in the final fight, Minato shows up and he's got, him and Naruto do a thing, and it's because this would have been happening around the time of I assume the Pain arc when, he shows up there and stuff happens. Thank you for the hydrate. For some reason, I feel like there may only be one S tier. Just we'll have to wait and see. Ooh woo. Yeah, the Naruto movies, there were some I remember better than others. I'll definitely have to revisit them in some capacity when I write the scripted opinion piece part of the video. I think I really liked the visuals in this movie. I don't know, just I guess the conceit where they're I don't know. There are some really interesting shots where they're in this big tower building, and there's a lot of stained glass windows that have these really interesting designs, and they kind of light the scenes in interesting ways. Which I don't know, I think it's just kind of cool to see. I may have a guess about the Soul S tier. I don't feel like it'd be that hard to guess. The next Naruto Shippuden movie was Blood Prison. It's my least favorite Naruto Shippuden movie. It has this whole... The conceit of the movie is that, Naruto... I forget exactly what gets him there, but he ends up in prison and, meets this character. It's another one of those, oh, this character's a guy. Wait a minute. No, she's actually a girl. And they get into stuff. I think it was maybe just kind of frustrating insofar as, I don't know, the way that Naruto's powers were kind of restricted, where I guess why it's called Blood Prison is that some sort of ability is cast on him to lock away his powers. And I don't know, I was maybe a little frustrated with just the general flow of the plot. I can't fully remember. I just know that it was my least favorite. And I don't have any particular standout moments that I can remember with some of the other movies. And again, oh fuck, that's right. Yeah, there's the particular subtitle that I was watching. There was a when they do the gender reveal part, that it's oh, this character's actually a woman. Naruto says something are you an Okama or something like that? Are you some kind of cross-dresser? That is not the word that the subtitles that I like watched this movie used, and it was very like, what? But yeah, otherwise, it was a movie. Definitely my least favorite of the, I guess of the Naruto franchise in general. Or no, wait, did I actually? According to my list here, I actually liked Will of Fire less. I can't believe I read that wrong. But, they were both just not enjoyable for me. You got the official Gintama translation? Seriously? Then, Naruto movie 6. Okay, Road to Ninja is an interesting movie for a lot of reasons. I put it in C tier. Yeah, Road to Ninja has a completely different, structure and narrative, where it's like, it takes that interesting approach where we're not gonna add in, any movie original protagonists here. They don't even really put in a... Yeah, no, I don't think... No, it's not even a movie original antagonist. There's, some kind of ability gets cast, some kind of genjutsu gets cast on, I think it's Naruto and Sakura, and so they end up, in an alternate reality of the one that they live in, where various details of the world have been changed, and, Naruto has his family, but Sakura doesn't have her family, and, so there's, a familial theme kind of going on in this movie. There's, some of the character, the inverted character traits that they go with for some of these characters is kind of wild. Rock Lee is a cross-dresser, and, a pervy cross-dresser, which I guess is supposed to, invert that he's, a gentleman-type, chivalrous guy. Got a head scratch out of me. Probably my least favorite moment in the film. But, it's interesting. This movie I find really interesting in the sense that, it feels like Naruto, or maybe Sakura in particular, it feels like there's some character regression happening in this movie for the sake of making the narrative work. And so in that sense, the plot almost kind of feels like it would have been better suited, just in terms of, the characterization they go with for, I think it was mostly Sakura for me, where it was kind of off. The fact that, the movie starts off, she makes some sort of joke or makes light of the fact that Naruto doesn't have a family. She's having family issues at home, and she's like, oh, well, you're an orphan. You don't deal with my problems. And it's just reminding me of way back in the very first arc when Sakura, says something to Sasuke about, I don't know, just something about orphans, and Sasuke's not happy with it, and but with all of the plot elements that they pull into this movie, and the fact that it's very clearly playing off of a lot of, I guess, things that would have been contemporary in the ongoing anime or the manga, the fact that Toby is here and doing shit, and again, the family's there and stuff. It both feels like it should be a movie that happens earlier in the or it feels like a story that should happen earlier in the franchise, but with all of the elements that they pull from and kind of where it ends up, I can see how it couldn't have happened at any other point in the franchise, and it just kind of makes it a really interesting story to, I guess, look at and sort of pick apart. She says something really rude to Naruto, and Sasuke is or no, she says something rude about Naruto. It was her calling Naruto as Sasuke annoying, and then in making light, right, yeah, because Naruto was Sasuke at that point, okay. It was her calling Naruto as Sasuke annoying, and then in making light of Naruto being an orphan, Sasuke calls her annoying. Yeah. And so, just with how the movie kind of starts off, where she, kind of does that same kind of uh, making light of it again. And then when they go to the alternate world, you know, Sakura, she doesn't have, like, her family's not around. Whereas, like, Naruto, you know, he's with his family still around, he's like the son of a hero and leads a very different life to what he actually deals with in reality. And so I guess it kind of like gives Sakura, it's supposed to like give her some kind of like sympathy for what Naruto deals with and give her a different perspective, even though she would have grown from that over the course of the series already. So it does feel like a bit of character regression in that way. And then for Naruto, it's just kind of like he's almost living in this like dream world, but he has to like give it all up to, you know, go back to reality. And I guess it's kind of definitely some like dramatic tension there. And yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting movie. You know, it's in C tier, so I wouldn't say that I fully liked what it was going for. I had quite a few problems with the, I guess, like the finer details of the overall narrative it was going for, but I feel like the kind of narrative it was telling was interesting in its own way. Just sounds like alternate reality crap they were doing in the filler too. Not a fan. Yeah, that definitely seems fair. I just think, I don't know. Like, there are things I like about this movie, and there are things I dislike. And it kind of evens out into sort of like a C tier experience for me. Yeah, if I were to watch it again, which I probably, you know, I'll have to at the very least skim over it to write about it. But it's like, for the sake of this project, it's one of the more interesting ones to look at, I guess, because it doesn't follow the typical formula in the same way. You know, it's kind of taking the path of like the Hitsugaya movie, or what was the other example that I mentioned? The movie with the character who's not the protagonist. It was somewhere in here, I forget. Oh, right, the Gintama movie. That's what I was thinking. The second Gintama movie. It's, yeah, so it like, it doesn't have the movie original protagonist. It doesn't have the movie original antagonist. Although I guess like the Genjutsu villain, it's a spoiler for the movie. You can mute for a few seconds if anyone cares, but it's like an evil version of Naruto, which itself is just kind of a play on Obito being an evil version of Naruto. So I guess there's that. I don't know. It's something. That sounds almost like what happens in the Demon Slayer movie with Tanjiro. Yeah. That's a good comparison. For that aspect specifically. Okay, but at least that's canon. Very true. Okay, so now we are at we have Naruto the Last and Boruto. Obviously these are not quite filler movies in the same way, but I still think movies like this are worth including in this project for the sake of like, I think talking about the Boruto movie is, I remember it better, so it's kind of easier for me to explain with that. But just the general structure of like, you know, for the Boruto movie in particular, there's like the two main villains who come in, and then, you know, a trope that sometimes happen, or, you know, like a way that some of these movies go with their villains is like, okay, we have a relatively short runtime, so what's a way that we can like add in another twist to the narrative and to the fight without like, you know, needing another character. And so there'll be like, you know, looking at like the Dragon Ball movies, you know, you have like characters who will transform and gain on like a new power, or sometimes you have like in Super Android 13 where like the two minor villains are defeated and then they fuse into the bigger bad guy. And so like the Boruto movie kind of takes from that structure a little bit, as far as like the two antagonists like fusing together at the end to make, you know, the bigger, badder final fight. which I'm not saying like, oh, that means it's not canon or whatever. But just in the sense of like, you know, even if a movie like that is canon or like, you know, has more input or is just straight up written by the original author or, you know, whatever have you, like by it taking on the film structure, it might sort of adopt certain mechanics you'll see pop up in these filler movies as well. And that's not always the case, but, you know, for something like that, it kind of gives me similar vibes, even if obviously in the case of like Boruto, that ends up becoming its whole that ends up becoming like its whole other thing, and then the tuning exams of that and whatnot gets readapted into the TV series and stuff, but it still kind of maintains that those elements of like sort of borrowing from other like borrowing the structure of other filler type movies. That's a good ranking for The Last, although it's S tier for first time watch for me. I mean, that's fair. You're a real Naruto Hinata fan, so granted, like, this is the movie you would want if you're like a big fan of those two characters. And I gotta admit, like, it definitely is it's a really good, like, I am surprised at how good of like because like Naruto isn't really a series that has, I think, very foregrounded romance, maybe is the way to put it. Like, I don't want to necessarily, I don't know, like, whatever. But like this being a more kind of like it's a battle movie, but it also very much over the course of the movie is really focusing on like the dynamic and like romantic relationship of Naruto and Hinata. And the whole thing with like the scarf is incorporated really well. And you know, Hinata gets captured and they have to go rescue her, whatever. But like, you know, just the visual presentation of it all when like Naruto goes and like, you know, she gets saved and there's all the things with like the memory bubbles and you know, it's just like it's the thematic culmination of all these other filler movies where Naruto is with some girl and they like swoon over him. Except this is what they were building up to. It's like the actual relationship, and it's like, nah, that's good. That's pretty heartwarming. As far as like the action plotline itself, I didn't think the main villain was particularly like noteworthy. For me, this movie was definitely carried through the heavy emphasis placed on the dynamic of Naruto and Hinata, and I think like, I don't know, I think it just sort of like carries that pretty well over the course of the movie. Fell behind on chat again. I remember seeing a really sick fight that was like Naruto and Sasuke fighting a guy, and I can never remember if that's just from Boruto or from one of the movies. See, but the thing is like, when Naruto and Sasuke, you know, like that final fight of the tuning exams arc against like the big guy who fused, the fact that they like like, you know, because you would think of it in terms of like when Dragon Ball Super readapted Battle of Gods and Resurrection F, and it was like a big downgrade because they had far less time and like far too quick of a like turnaround time to get the episodes done and stuff like that. It just wasn't like a good production timeline. So you think like, oh, like the Boruto TV anime is going to be readapting stuff from the movie. That's going to be definitely a downgrade. But I know that they like expanded on stuff, and the fact that they like did that fight again, and it is also like the animation is just incredible. It's just, Jesus Christ, like, you know, got to give props for, you know, for the talent on display there with the animators. But yeah, anyway, I'm already talking about Boruto. That's an A tier for me. Like, I remember, I just really, like, what am I trying to say? I just really like the the general narrative in this one of like Boruto kind of being in his father's shadow, and you know the way that all gets presented over the course of the film. I remember in particular like looking into some of the episodes of the TV series readapting stuff from the movie, and I remember being really frustrated when they did the scene of like, you know, Naruto kind of like goes for the fist bump, and Boruto, because he's a cheater, he like can't go for it, and so then Naruto like, you know, hits him in the chest, and it's just like, you know, I'm proud of you or whatever. In the TV series, I don't remember seeing the I think they cut the scene before the part where it's just like he kind of has like a little freak out that like his dad acknowledged him, and he just like flops onto his bed and is like kicking his feet in the air and stuff, and it's like that's like really good characterization through the animation, and it's a scene that really like sticks in my head from this movie. You know, like, I guess maybe it's to be expected that, like, my only two A-tier movies are, ones that would be a lot closer to canon than most of the other movies. Obviously, in the case of Boruto, like, Kishimoto just straight up, like, wrote I'm losing the word, but, like, you know, I don't remember how involved Toriyama was in the Super movie. It might have just been, like, the general character foundation and design for Broly and the other characters in that movie. I can't remember. The Himawari cake scene hurts. Rip Demon Slayer not making the A-tier gang. It just should have been a better movie. It was a good arc of Demon Slayer. It just should have been a better movie. Okay, so... oh boy, here we go. Naruto, we are done with Naruto. It's now time for One Piece. Hey, you know, I'm about an hour in and I got through all of Naruto. I think I might be able to keep this under 3 hours. The One Piece movies, I should have, I think, an easier time recalling my, like, the what happens in them, because I watched a lot of the One Piece movies more recently. Demon Slayer Mugen's skill issue. Also, are we sure that Hunter x Hunter movies aren't canon? I mean, like, the second movie definitely isn't. I don't think the first movie would be considered canon either, insofar as it does pull material from, like, I'm pretty sure Togashi wrote the little 2 chapters of Kurapika's backstory as, like, a promotional tie-in for the movie. But that said, I don't think that makes the movie canon. And also, like, I don't know, a big sticking point in the script for me is that, like, you know, just because a movie might be considered canon doesn't necessarily mean that it's better than all the other movies that aren't. Which, I mean, you know, the one S tier is technically not, you know, quote-unquote canon, but it's still my favorite movie out of all of these, so... He was a screenwriter? Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. I just wanted to make Lexi mad. No, I mean, like, you know, a movie can be canon and bad in the same way that a movie can be non-canon and good. I don't know how much I'll end up talking about canon in the script itself, but it'll probably definitely come up. I don't think I've written that part yet. My little bit about it in the video is funny. Like, I was worried she'd be kidnapped for most of the movie, but I'm delighted to see she's only kidnapped for half the movie. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No, like, it had to be, I guess, the second half of the movie, because otherwise we wouldn't have had all that time to really, like, flesh out their relationship as presented in the film itself. Ah, it's so good. Do you know where to watch the older One Piece movies with subtitles? Yar. I hear that there's a certain cat site that, you know, has anime. I don't know why I didn't just say it. I think it's funnier. Anyway, One Piece. Let's talk about some motherfucking One Piece. Could have, I don't know, gone by yourself instead of being taken. I mean, that does happen in, not necessarily in movies, but I know that does happen in, like, fucking, Orihime in Bleach. Like, she has a moment like that. Anyway, LOL, gotcha. No! Anyway, so, the very first One Piece movie is good. I can't, why did I lose my document? There it is. The very first, I can't talk. The very first One Piece movie, solid B tier for me. You know, the fact that it's cell animation is really interesting. So the production of it is, like, really interesting. Also, in terms of, like, production, the fact that it aired, like, this movie came out very early into the, like, TV anime airing of One Piece. So I'd have to imagine, like, I don't remember the dates exactly, but I'd have to imagine that they started production on this, like, very early, if not, so just, like, the fact that they have such a good understanding of the characters that they're working with. I believe this movie is just the original, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, and Luffy. But, like, the movie just presents the Straw Hats very well. Like, it doesn't feel like like, there are some movies in the One Piece franchise that are, like, some of the characters definitely feel out of character or just off. This movie's not one of those. Like, they really nailed the Straw Hats dynamic. And, I thought that, like, you know, the narrative for it is, it's like a solid One Piece narrative where there's, like, you know, a young boy and, you know, like, you got a creative villain with some kind of devil fruit powers, and, you know, it's sort of the thing again where, like, the Straw Hats and Luffy in particular kind of working as, like, whatever, like, desire and, like, you know, if like, the movie original protagonist is, like, willing to change and become stronger themselves, then, like, the source material main characters, the Straw Hats, can kind of, like, lend their power to, you know, help the guy out. And it's a good movie. I don't know if it quite had enough to be A tier for me, but it was, like, you know, it's a movie that I don't know, maybe there are some of these movies that I could raise a little higher, but yeah, it's definitely a movie that, like, I watched it and I had fun with it, and I would definitely, you know, recommend to people who are fans of good shonen movies. I would consider this a good shonen movie. One Piece Movie 1, aka The Straw Hats Do Some Things and It's Perfectly Fine. Oop, I missed a hydrate, I think. My memory is shit. Maybe I already got a drink of water, but I'll do it again. Do you have a favorite / special movie that you like because of how bad or badly made it is? Honest, like, favorite. I don't know if I would necessarily say, like, a favorite, but there are definitely movies that I disliked for reasons I thought were kind of interesting. Like, if I had to pick a movie that I would say is, like, one of my least favorites of this bunch, but I still, you know, thought it was interesting in certain ways, I would probably say One Piece Movie 5, because of just how out of character everyone feels and how out of character the, like, whole conceit of that film feels. Like, it just does not feel like a One Piece project. And I didn't enjoy the movie, but for the fact that it feels so not One Piece, I'm kind of, like, fascinated at the fact that it was made that way. Fun fact, a ton of the best One Piece OST came from this movie. I remember saying at one point super early on, the only thing about One Piece I wasn't impressed by was the music, which sounds insane, yet that's because the best tracks hadn't been integrated yet. Yeah, that's interesting. I know that there's definitely, that's the case with a lot of these franchises where the TV series will get some, or a lot of music, like, from the movies. I know that's the case with Dragon Ball Z. I know there are some tracks from the Hunter x Hunter movies that end up in the main series. And it could very well be the case with other franchises, but it doesn't surprise me that that is the case with One Piece. Have you seen the OG One Piece pilot done in 1998 by Production IG? No, I have not, but it sounds interesting, and I'll probably get to it at some point. Movie 2 is interesting in how they characterize stuff of Luffy with his conflict, which wouldn't get payoff until Alabasta, which hadn't been published yet. Pain, nothing but pain. Dragon Ball Z had tons of killer tracks. Just ignore the Kai. Oh, I mean, like, Kai isn't a case where it got movies from... Like, they weren't making Dragon Ball Z Kai movies when Kai was happening. But, yeah, which one is One Piece movie 2? That's, oh, Clockwork Island. This is one I think I remember the least. Maybe my score could maybe, like, this is maybe the score I'm, like, not the most confident in. I think I probably put it at a C tier, but maybe it could be, like, high C tier. Or maybe if I just, like, went back to watch it again, maybe I'd put it in B. I just really couldn't remember how exactly I felt about it. I didn't dislike it. Like, I don't know. I just, again, felt like it was a movie that I watched. It was like a pretty solid, you know, One Piece movie, I guess. I just maybe had less to take away from it compared to the first movie. But if I, like, went through it again, like, I don't even have a whole lot of screen caps from it to, honestly, like, my screen caps of this movie are, like, a shot of the island, you know, the island that's, like, way up on the stack of rocks or whatever the fuck that is. And then it's just, like, three screen caps of Nami in the wedding dress because, I mean, it's a good fit. What can I say? Oh, wait, that's right. She also wore the straw hat in this movie. I'm sure fucking Nami Luffy shippers they liked that one. But no, you know, I thought it was a movie that I watched. I might have liked it more than I remember, so I apologize if this rating isn't the most accurate. This might be one that could change in between this and, like, the scripting of the actual opinion piece. It's the one with the jelly girl. I remember watching this movie and being like, yeah, this was slightly worse than the first one. Yeah, you know, it's just, like, I think I kind of had the same position, where it, like, didn't grab me as much as the first, but it might have just been, like, you know, One Piece movie 1 might be, like, a high B, whereas this is, like, a high C or maybe a low B. I don't know. The high C's. Ha. Dumb joke. And I always take the low-hanging fruit. Shipping Luffy with anybody should be a crime. He's an asexual, aromantic king. I agree. Luffy should only be paired with meat or adventure. Very true. Very true. Anyway, moving on. Movie 3, Chopper Kingdom. I forget what the full title is. Do I just not have screen caps of this one? I guess I don't. This is another one where I feel like I can't fully remember how much I, like, disliked it. I think it's probably, like, low C tier, high D tier. It definitely was, like, a noticeable step down for me in comparison to the first two movies. But it's maybe because it's one that stood out to me a little less. I'm also having kind of a hard time remembering the full details of what I thought about it. I just don't think the movie original protagonist grabbed me as much. You know, I also really like Chopper, so I would have liked to enjoy this movie more. But, yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of like, I think I had originally, when I was planning to do this tier list, I think I had rated it as, like, a high D tier. But then I watched, you know, the movie 5 and movie 7, and I'm like, no, you know what? This one deserves to get bumped to C tier. Because those were, like, actually bad movies, whereas this one was, I don't know. It was a movie I watched. Where was I at? The villains had instruments. Also, since we were talking about One Piece, just want to remind people not to spoil Wano for Lexi. Yeah, I have miraculously avoided, you know, like 98% of the Wano spoilers to this point. Now you're gonna be like, well, but you watched Stampede, and that's one of the 2% that I got spoiled on. But I don't think it was it wasn't like a big character thing, so that doesn't bother me as much. But still, yeah. What the fuck? It's done. Catch up. I'll get there. We're gonna cover it on the Nen show, and I'm just like, I just need a little more spare time I'm going to. I'm gonna catch up to Wano, and it's gonna be great. And I'm gonna love it. It's just like, I'm not quite there yet. I better not be ahead of you on One Piece. I mean, you probably are gonna pass me. You go at a ridiculous pace. Even if I read the manga, I read too slow to catch up. Wano has swordsmen. I mean, I'm aware of the general premise of Wano. Also seeing more people pop in the chat. Welcome, welcome. Not with that attitude. I'm not, especially with One Piece. I think the only manga that I have read at a slower pace than One Piece is Gintama. And, at least with One Piece, I don't want to kill myself while I'm reading it. Gintama, that was a fucking, reading Gintama for 6 to 9 months. I forget what the exact length was. Took years off my life. Anyway, moving on. One Piece Dead End Adventure. Solid B tier. It had this one I watched relatively recently. And the narrative in this movie of just the way that it sort of portrays, I guess, the desire to live I'm gonna butcher it. But just the general narrative thread that it does, where it's you have the one character who is living for revenge, and he's kind of stuck in the past. You have some characters who are who don't want to go on living, because of all the hardships they're dealing with. But obviously then you have I know there's a scene with the main child character and Nami, where she's don't you take that attitude, on this shit, because obviously Nami's gone through what she's gone through and pulled through it. So I don't know, I just thought it had a really solid narrative structure to it, and I thought, I don't know, just in general, Straw Hats feeling like the Straw Hats. Not so much to say about this one visually, but just yeah, I don't know. I thought all the characters were solid, and I thought the narrative came together well, and yeah, it was good. This is also another one of those movies where the main character, is dressed and presented in a way that you would think that they're a guy, but it turns out she's a girl, and that's part of the reveal with the other movie original. Is it fair to call him a protagonist? He's kind of in between. He's not really on anyone's side, but I thought that reveal also came across really well, and overall I think it's just a solidly constructive movie. Man, okay. One Piece movie 5. Nope, that's too high. You don't deserve a D tier. One Piece movie 4 is great, though. Love it when movies just do wacky races. I mean, yeah, this definitely is not the only movie that does stuff like that. Anyway, One Piece movie 5 doesn't feel like a One Piece movie. If this were a Bleach movie, or I don't know, some other franchise, I don't think I would have as much of a problem with it as I do. But the fact that it's a One Piece movie, and it I would not describe one. I'm typically not one to use edgy as a criticism, because I think it can be a, it's a very distinct visual or narrative style, and I think I can vibe. I can vibe with some edgy stories, but I wouldn't typically describe One Piece as edgy. I would definitely describe this movie as edgy. The whole thing where I don't know, the main protagonist, or not protagonist, the main antagonist being like a sword guy, and like he needs to unlock this power, and he's got like this tragic backstory of like oh, he just wants more power, and like the stuff with like, I don't know, it was just like he wasn't a particularly like, he didn't feel like a One Piece character. He felt like he belonged in another franchise. And just on top of that, aside from like the narrative itself feeling better suited for another franchise, a number of the Straw Hats just don't feel in character at all here. And that's typically not a complaint that I'll necessarily make for some of these movies. Like, I think I can be okay. Like, you know, when I talked about Road to Ninja and how, like, there's maybe some character regression going on with Sakura, it's like, if I can be interested and hooked on the narrative that the film is going for, like the self-contained narrative within the film, I think I can be okay with a little bit of, like, people acting out of character or not fully feeling like themselves. But in this movie, like, the narrative doesn't feel like it belongs in One Piece. And so the fact that, like, you have Zoro and Sanji calling each other by name, when does that ever happen? Like, I know for a fact that Zoro has never called Sanji by name in the manga. Probably, I would assume the anime would be faithful to that. So it's like, that bothers me. This might be one of the movies where Luffy is just kind of portrayed as an idiot for a good duration of the film, which is also kind of aggravating. Trying to think, were there any other characters that I thought felt like really out of place? Because not all of the Straw Hats felt off in this film, but like a lot of the ones who were getting major focus in this movie did feel just off. Like Zoro abandoning the crew without really giving any explanation, and just, you know, like, I can get behind these franchises having a movie where you take like a side character and put them in the spotlight for the film. Like, again, I go back to the Hitsugaya movie. I thought that one was pretty all right. Or like yeah, I don't know. But like, this movie just, it wasn't good. You know, I continue to say that, like, if it was a plot line using characters from another franchise, like if it was, you know, like a Bleach filler movie, or maybe, I don't know what other franchise it would work for, but like, it sure doesn't work. It sure doesn't work as a One Piece film. I think I fell behind on chat again. I do like some of the themes of Gintama, but I get why you don't like it. Yeah, with Gintama, a lot of it is just, I find the comedy insufferable. And even when it like does have jokes that get me, they just stick with the gags way too long, and I lose interest in the funny. It just stops being funny at a point. Let's see, where was I at? In the mud where it belongs. Fuck One Piece movie 5. But yeah, also like Dead End Adventure being the first One Piece movie that's, you know, like more film length as opposed to the like 45 minutes to an hour that the first three were. Like, I feel like, you know, One Piece movie 1, if that were like 90 minutes, you know, like there were some of those movies that were shorter where I'm like, I would rather watch 90 minutes of this than 90 minutes of whatever, you know, like movie 5 and movie 7, I think were ones where I'm like, I would have preferred these to be the shorter films because they're less good. Having Zoro call Sanji by his name is so unforgivable, and Sanji is has very, very rarely called Zoro by name. But yeah, you know, let's just get to it. One Piece movie 6. It's gonna be the only S tier, unfortunately, but also like it is the reason that I started this project in the first place. it'll get talked about a lot in the project itself, and I've talked about it a lot already on Twitter or whatever. But One Piece Movie 6, you know, the combination of One Piece being a story about found family and, you know, it being directed by Mamoru Hosoda, who, had he directed any of his own films by this point, or was this, like, the first one? I do not remember off the top of my head, but I know that, like, he's a big, like, familial themes guy, and, or at least in some of his movies. And, yeah, you know, it's just, like, the combination works really well. I feel like it's a good One Piece narrative, and, like, you know, I don't... There are some movies where there's just not much to say about the visuals, I think. But, like, you know, so obviously, like, a lot of these movies are gonna look pretty visually solid by nature of just being, like, a film of these franchises and having, like, more time to be worked on and stuff. At least for a lot of the newer ones, you know, when you're looking at, like, older franchises like Kinnikuman and Saint Seiya and Dragon Ball, where they're, like, pumping out, like, 2 to sometimes 3 movies a year. Like, I can't believe Kinnikuman had 3 movies that came out in 1985. That's ridiculous. But, yeah, anyway, back to One Piece Movie 6. It is a banger. That's right, I was talking about animation, and just, like, God, it's so fucking gorgeous. You know, having, like, direction from Mamoru Hosoda and key animation from, you know, guys like Hiroyuki Imaishi and, was it Yo Yoshinari? And there are probably other big names that would stand out to me less, but maybe more people into animators and stuff would recognize. But it's just like, it's such a good movie visually, and it's such a good movie narratively, and it's also just, like, probably the most fun of any of these One Piece movies. At least for me personally, like, you know, it has the goofy, like, race on the boats where, you know, and it's like the comedy as well is so well executed in this film, both in terms of, like, the characters, I think, hitting their gags really well, but also the visual presentation lending into a lot of the humor of the gags. Like, one joke that I love is very early into the film, where they're doing, like, the fishing game where it's, like, Usopp, Chopper, and the one grunt from the island, and it's just, like, a scene where they're just, like, rotating around the thing and talking, and Usopp's doing one of his jokes, where I forget exactly what he's saying, but, you know, it ends with his, like Uso, and it's just, like, the 1, 2, 3, like, delivery of all the jokes in that scene is really good, with, like, Usopp doing his thing, and the other two, Chopper and the other guy, being, you know, buying into it completely, and it's just I could talk about this movie all day, but I'll save that for the script to go into all of it. But, like, anyway, where was it? Well, let me catch up on chat before I say any more. Yeah, the worst thing about it is how much it shows how good these movies could be. Yeah, like I said, it was the movie that made me want to do this project, because I am very fascinated with the idea of, like, these other creators, like, taking because in that sense, it's kind of like I'd say high budget fan fiction, in the sense of, like, it's an actual production, and, you know, compared to, like, you know, normal fan fiction, which is just, like, written by independent people. This is actually, like, produced by a company, and but it's, like, you know, taking a franchise but putting it in the hands of, like, other creators with this quote-unquote non-canon material. And this is just, like, the peak example of what that can result in. Um, Alexander just finished watching movie 6 as part of his read-through of One Piece. He thinks the Baron is one of his favorite... Yeah, I saw that tweet, and I mean, like, I think the Baron is a really good antagonist. Like, I like the general thing going on with this character and how that kind of... because, again, the whole thing of, like, found family and how, like, the crew is presented. I think this one is, like, my 4th favorite One Piece movie. How? Not that I judge you, I'm just like, how? He did 2 Digimon short films and a handful of episodes. Howl's would have been his first movie, but he got booted. And this film was actually a response to that experience. Oh, wow. Sushio, chief animation director, might have been character designer, I don't remember. But yeah, like, definitely, you know, especially compared to, like, I feel like, when I watched One Piece movie 7 in particular, I just, like, did not like the visual style of that movie. Where I hadn't really had a problem with the visuals in any of the One Piece movies, I think, to this point. But movie 6 is just, like, so far and above, like, you know, it being in, like, the character designs and just the general art style being so different from, like, the typical look of One Piece. It's just like, God, how did this happen? We live in the timeline where we got this movie, and it's great. Where am I at? Usually anime movies are meant to share themes and ideas with the current arc, so it really shows that movie 6 is meant to be the movie version of Foxy arc. I don't know which arc that is. Was that, like, the one was that the one pre-Water 7? No, that was after Water 7. Wait. No, I have no idea. Never mind. How long has it been since you watched this movie? I don't think I've watched this movie since, I think I watched this movie in 2019, and that was when I got the idea to start this project. And I don't think I've rewatched it since, but I would, if there was, like, any movie where it's like, hey, we're gonna watch a shonen movie, what you want to watch? Right away, just like One Piece movie 6, One Piece movie 6. I think this is hosted I never thought about movie 6 as a replacement for Long Ring Longland. Not that it's bad at all. Oh, no, I never would have thought of that either. Would you be mad if I said I like Stampede more than this one? I don't know why I would be mad. It's just, like, different appeals, I guess. Movie 7 is the Mechanical Island movie where the boobage is amped up. It's definitely, like, this, I think, you know, especially, like, coming off of all the other movies, I could be wrong. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention in the first few movies. But movie 7 was the first movie where it's like, oh God, where did their waists go? Like, this was, I feel like, the first time that kind of, like, Oda character design really was, like, full force, I think. I don't even know if the TV series looked like that at that point, but it certainly was a movie. Davy back fight. Oh, so that was before Water 7, okay. Yeah, oh, that's right. That was also kind of an interesting, not really like a narrative, but like going through the movies as chronologically as I could. You know, sort of, you get to see the Straw Hats kind of form like, seeing the crew kind of come together again through the movies also gave them kind of an interesting appeal. At the very least for like the first 4, I think it was after One Piece movie 4 up through, I think it was movie 4 through movie 7, where it's just kind of like Robin joins the crew and we don't get Frankie until movie 9, which is like, oh God, we'll talk about that movie. 6 didn't exactly have waists either, but then again, their whole bodies are thinner in that movie. Yeah, that's fair. You know, I haven't watched movie 6 in a while, so maybe that would have been a detail that stood out to me less. But yeah, just by the fact that, you know, the characters look completely different in that movie, maybe also it stands out less. Phew. But yeah, movie 7, you know, boobs aside. Why did I have to say that? I'm cursed. I blame chat. I did not like the visuals. Like, I did not like the art style of movie 7. To me, it, like... I don't want to, like, I don't know how to describe it, but it definitely looks like Water 7, I guess. But I don't know where I'm going for with that. I'll just drop the point about the visuals. Chat has nothing to do with you being cursed. You stay out of this. Yeah, movie 7. So like, movie 5 it doesn't feel like a One Piece movie. It feels very out of place. That said, One Piece movie 7 is just boring. I didn't really like much of it at all. I think it also has the problem for me where Luffy just feels like more idiotic than usual. Like, Luffy's not dumb. He's like, there's a lot of things that he can't be bothered with, but he's not like an idiot. But I mean, like, he's not smart, but he's not, I don't know what I'm trying to say. But I didn't like how, like, oh my god, and also the number of times that they did the joke where it's like Usopp and Chopper and Luffy are goofing around and being noisy and being boys, and Nami's like, shut up, and then like hits him. That gag had to have been done at least like 3 or 4 times in this movie, and it was just like, please stop, please stop. He's not dumb, but he's clumsy, gets himself stuck a lot. Yeah, that's true, that's true. That's when the show turned to 16:9 and the Digipaint was updated. I see. Yeah, that like, I kind of, yeah, like, I wouldn't have known how to describe that, like, production-wise, but it definitely does look like the color palette and general, I guess, look of the series. And even in film form, you know, this movie looks different compared to any of the ones preceding it, and I don't think it worked particularly well. Luffy is emotional intelligence, but not common sense. I think that was also something that occasionally bothered me in, was it movie 5 where it was particularly present, where it's like, someone, like one of the characters, like one of the movie original characters, talking about kind of like the backstory and the deal that's going on, and that Luffy is just like sitting there listening to it, and I'm like, Luffy doesn't do that. This is the protagonist who, like, you know, when we were learning about Nami's backstory, he like fell asleep or walked away or something. Anyway, yeah, like, just, I felt like, I don't know how to describe this, but like, where movie 5 feels out of place for the franchise, movie 7 has, I think, the weakest villain. Like, I don't know, him being like a science guy, and, I don't know, there was a thing with his mother. It's just nothing really stood out to grab me for this film. I don't know if I would, like, I'm not sure if I would quite put it in F tier, because it's just kind of a bad One Piece movie. I don't know if it's necessarily, like, abysmally bad. And maybe some people would like this movie more than me. You know, I could make a point about, like, Chopper's VA is different here, but I don't know. I think I don't know. It's not really, it wasn't the biggest deal for me. It's just like, I don't know. I had more about this movie that I could complain about than the fact that Chopper had a different VA for one movie. He walked away from Nami's, fell asleep sometime else. Though, to be fair, I think he listened to Brooks. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm being overdramatic then. And also, thank you for the hydrate. Okay. I don't want to talk about One Piece movie 7 anymore. I didn't like that movie. Okay. Now we get to some interesting territory. One Piece movie 8, episode of Alabasta. I happen to just have Ranma right where, because of all the movies I've built up now, you just can't see it. What's this? Ooh, ooh. It's my poor excuse for a channel points redeem. I need to get more creative, and have needed to for months. Yeah, so One Piece Movie 8 is like a readaptation. Would it count as a reimagining? I guess so. Like, I don't know. It's the Alabasta arc, but theatrical. And, I might have talked about this when I was talking about the Benny Zakura movie in Gintama, but, you know, like, definitely a point of comparison I'll be making in the script is, like, you know, if you're going to have a movie like this, where it's, like, a readaptation, reimagining of, material that's already been adapted, you know, with Benny Zakura, it's a short arc, so there's, like, not only room to adapt it all, but also kind of expand on it in certain areas. Whereas with Alabasta, it's, like, a big arc concluding, like, a saga of stories. So for it to be adapted in film form is, you know, there's obviously going to be cuts that are made. With that said, I still cried at the end, so C tier. You know, the postcard memories I appreciated. Yeah, it's Alabasta. So, I mean, like, you know, it has enough to, I guess, still hit some of the emotional highs, even if it's just in much more condensed form. And yeah, like I said, when it got to the end of the movie, I still cried anyway, so, you know, I can't hate on it too much. However, the only other One Piece movie that I would currently put in D tier would be One Piece Movie 9, which is Episode of Chopper. Now, this is totally different from what Episode of Alabasta does. This is the Drum Island arc, except there's no Vivi. Robin is here, and Frankie is here. And there's also a movie original, like, Wapol has a brother who is an antagonist in this movie. And, so reimagining is definitely the word to describe this movie. It is far from a, like, cut and dry, adaptation of Drum Island. And it's been a bit since I watched this one, but, I know that it was definitely, like, I don't know, it was weird in points. Like, I don't know, like, you know, there isn't anything I would really complain about with it, like, visually or anything, so I guess, like, you know, it could kind of have some similar appeal to Episode of Alabasta, where it's, like, you know, seeing it in a different art style and stuff. But just, like, the narrative that it pulls together and how it, like, recontextualizes Drum Island is just kind of, like, I don't know, it didn't really work for me. It's weird how they readapted Alabasta first and then changed Drum, which chronologically came before. Yeah, I don't know what the reasoning was for adapting these arcs, like they did. But yeah, you know, I guess there are maybe certain jokes in here. Like, I always remember Kraftsdorf mentioning, like, something about, like, Frankie seeing the castle and then wanting to, like, fix it or whatever. So I guess, you know, there could potentially be, like, interesting jokes with characters who aren't supposed to be there, being there and doing things. I don't know. I feel like it was also, like, a pretty heavy reliance on action, I feel like, at the end, but, like, without a whole, I don't know, like, it just kind of felt like a fight to have a fight. Like, it altered some of, like, what the fight meant by having, like, Wapol and his brother there, and, you know, like, Luffy does Gear 2, and, it's just, like, a completely different fight, and, I don't know, I feel like it kind of takes some of the impact away from the ending. I don't think this one made me cry in the same way that Episode of Alabasta got me. Yeah, Gear 2 at Drum. It's like I have the screen cap. I can, that was maybe, like, the one potentially interesting thing you could talk about with movie 7. Like Luffy does like a fake Gear 2, which is clearly like foreshadowing what would have been coming up. God, that's too big. Please fit the screen. Yeah, like this is the drum movie, and here's Luffy going Gear 2. Yeah, it's something. Interesting's a word. Whatever weirdo thought. What if Drum Island had Gear 2 and Frankie and Robin? Well, you got your wish. I mean, yeah, it's another one of those movies that I don't particularly like the end product, but like the fact that it exists in the way that it does is just kind of like fascinating. So even if it's like D tier in terms of like enjoyment for me, like when I look at all the movies that I've watched for this project, the ones that I think stand out to me more from like I don't know if like research is the word to go for, but just in terms of like being so different, like Episode of Chopper is definitely kind of like another one of those. Kind of glad I skipped over these when I watched the movies. Yeah, they're probably like not. You can watch them if you want. I mean, obviously, like I have Chopper down in D tier and Alabasta's in C, which is not the highest recommendation, but like if you're interested in like really weird movies, maybe Episode of Chopper would be more your thing. I think a drum movie where it tells the story but breaks some eggs for the sake of making it a movie could have been peak, but not those eggs. Yeah, like, you know, like, I feel like Drum Island would have even worked better as, you know, like, with Episode of Alabasta being a lot more straightforward. I feel like Drum Island being a shorter arc could have maybe worked better in that style if you were just looking to, like, reanimate it and capture a lot of the same, you know, high points, but in film form. But they just went and made something completely different here, and gotta be honest, I prefer the original Drum Island. Oh boy, and now we're getting to the movies where it's like, I'd imagine more mainstream One Piece fans are like, oh, talk about these movies, like the Oda trilogy and Stampede and shit. So yeah, let's go. You want some more A tiers? Strong World, easy A tier for me. Let me find that screen cap again that I'm looking for. I feel like all I really need to say is in like the opening bit. I forget what kind of animal that is. Is it a bear? But like a bear suplexes a praying mantis, and it's like, sure. I was sold from the beginning when it's like, oh my god, these giant animals are just doing wrestling moves on each other. I'm sold. And then it also, you know, happened to be a good movie beyond that. Wait, there's Frankie and Robin, but no Vivi. No wonder Oda had to take over after that. Yeah, it's bizarre. It's bizarre for sure. Second favorite One Piece movie. I think that's I think it's my second favorite One Piece movie. I feel like, as much as I would like to be contrarian and be like, oh, you know, the Oda trilogy of movies that everybody, you know, holds in such high regard, you know, they're not actually as good. Unfortunately, they also happen to be good movies. I feel like my point of non-canon movies can be better than canon movies. Just looking at this tier list, not exactly. I mean, granted, I'm not saying Strong World and the others are canon necessarily, but like, you know, that's a whole rabbit hole that I will touch on in more detail and more accuracy in the script. I don't want to dwell on it in a off-the-cuff live stream, but yeah, Strong World is really good. I like the bird. Is it a duck? I forget. I think it's a duck. I like the duck. It's, you know, it's like such a in terms of like having a movie original protagonist, I feel like it feels so One Piece to have the protagonist be just like an animal. And it's so good. And I love the character designs in this movie as well. Cause like, is this the last movie where it's pre-time skip? Do I have screen caps of... Oh, yeah, this is the last pre-time skip movie. What about Mugiwara 3D Chase? It is. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not gonna I've put myself through enough garbage. I don't want to watch the 3D adventure One Piece film. That's like, I know it's not even a full film. It's only like half an hour or something like that. I can't be bothered, you know. Maybe a weird line to draw in the sand there, but like I'm planning to watch over 80 of these movies, if not more. I think I can spare myself that one. Oh, I thought that was a hydrate, but it was an oh whoa. It's okay. I need water anyway. Strawwong work. Nope, those don't really work in the oh whoa sound. Anyway, moving on. God, I imagine people just like watching the archive of this, just being like, what the fuck are these redeems? Why is she making these noises? But yeah, you know, like I thought the humor in this one was good. Oh yeah, another thing that the film opens up on, because like this is the first movie that has Brooke. Strong Worlds. Yeah, like another one of the early jokes that this movie opens up on is like, I don't know, some big animal, I think it's like eaten or whatever, and there's like, you know, the bones floating across in the water, and you know, this is the first movie with Brooke in it, so it's like, we get our skull jokes in early. And God, yeah, I love the character designs in this movie, and obviously it being the last pre-time skip film also makes it kind of noteworthy. They gotta come check out the streams to find out. This is so true. Follow me, twitch.tv/MathWiz97x. I almost forgot the promotion. Anyway, yeah, no, I guess this movie does definitely kind of borrow from like the general plot that they have going on, like with Nami, where it's like her kind of having to sacrifice herself to keep the crew safe, is definitely like, you know, pulling from Arlong Park in that way, which people could see as like, oh, you know, that's kind of like, you know, maybe it would be a point that they don't like, but I feel like it still kind of reflects her character growth, because I believe she has a line when she's like leaving them where it's like you better come get me or whatever, as opposed to like before where she would have just like left them behind and told them to stay away, which I think is kind of interesting. We know you aren't the best at self-promotion. I prefer ripping off a good arc than inventing new crap. Yeah, like it's fair. Like I think, like, because a lot of these movies are gonna have callbacks either to, you know, they're gonna have things pulled like like whatever was the new ability, like how movie 7 has One Piece doing a fake, like a fake Gear 2 because it hadn't been adapted into the TV anime yet. So it was kind of like foreshadowing that ability before it actually happened. So it could be things like that, or kind of pulling narrative beats, or being similar to an arc in the main series. And I think that's fine, just as long as it's like the story it's a part of is interesting in some way. And yeah, like, you know, there's like the scene where they break into like the building, and they're like all in these like black jackets, and they all look so cool. Like this is one of those movies that's really good for like the Straw Hats just fucking shit up and looking cool. And yeah, it's a good movie. It's really fucking good movie. I loved it. Yeah. And I mean, like, the antagonist for this film, I don't know, he was alright. I think it's Beat Him, Luffy? Okay, Stampede didn't have a single callback. I don't know what you mean. Okay, One Piece film, I don't know, should I call it Film Z or Film Z? I know that, like, the character for the film, actually, I don't know how they say it in the dub. That doesn't help me. That doesn't help me, Time Lord. Anyway, you know, I think for a lot of people, this is, like, one of their favorite One Piece movies, and they might even have it higher than Strong World. For me, it's kind of just like a solid B tier. Maybe like high mid B tier, I don't know. I just feel like a lot of I don't think the main villain of this one, or the main antagonist, kind of like resonated with me quite as much. Not that it's like, there are a lot of like interesting things in this movie. Why are you doing this to me? Like, yeah, there are a lot of interesting things in this movie. There are definitely some, you know, some things that happen in this movie that are just kind of like, okay, that's interesting. Like, Nami and Chopper become small. That happens. I guess that's like, I don't know. Also, there's like a weird bit where it's like Sanji saying something about watching like Nami grow back into like her normal form, and it's like, yeah, no, it's another one that's like, you know, good fashion in this movie. I think that's one thing that I really like about the like the Oda trilogy of movies. Not that the other movies don't have the Straw Hats wearing different outfits, but I feel like in these movies in particular, there are many more like costume changes across all of them, and it's just like, yes, give me more. Show me the Straw Hats in all these cool outfits. I choose to ignore Groomer Sanji. I don't know. That's how I'd put it, but Small Chopper is definitely very good. Simply didn't happen. Yeah, overall, I don't know. It was like a solid B tier movie. I'd probably have more specific to say about it if I rewatched it more recently. So I guess I'll just have to stay tuned for the script itself on that one. Oh, I did not. That's funny. There's a screen cap in that folder that I did not know was in there. Gonna keep that one to myself. So yeah, One Piece Film Gold, I think, is gonna be the other one that I would put in A tier, which might be like a head scratcher for some people, that I liked Gold more than the other one, the one with the letter. I haven't seen it, and when you said they get small, I thought you meant literally shrink, not turn young. No, yeah, it's like, I guess it's sort of like an age regression thing, body-wise, but like they keep the mind that they don't have like the mentality of a kid. So I would assume, like, I don't know, it just seemed like describing them as small made sense. I don't know, made sense to me. Again, like, I haven't watched this movie in a couple years, so there's probably some specifics I'd be glossing over. I think I just kind of like the vibe of this movie more, and something about, like, the like, narrative with the main antagonist got to me more. And I don't know, some of the set pieces, like, I know the big thing from Film Z was, you know, I can't get it wrong if I pronounce it both ways. Like the big set piece I know that people like in Film Z was like the Marines song or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know, it happened. I love the fashion in Gold, but I didn't really love the movie, just thought it was kind of good. Oh, see, I'm assuming that's the protagonist from Gold? I would not remember the character by name. Oh, right! Right! This is the... Oh, fuck, I forgot about this movie. This is the movie where it's, like... The one character is, like, Nami's, like, childhood friend or whatever. And, like... I don't know, there's definitely some vibes between those two. No, I definitely think that, like... I don't know if she necessarily, like... Honestly, I'm not sure if what I remember of the character would be, like, an accurate description. Like, I feel like I would say that I liked her just based on, like, what the screen caps are reminding me of, but I could be wrong, and maybe I didn't quite like some of the build-up with her. But yeah, God, the fashion in this movie is so good. It's so good. God, yeah, so many different outfits. Yeah, no, I like this movie. Oh, right, fuck! That's right! You know what? I stand by my statement. Film Gold is A tier because we got to see Luffy in a dress. That's why it's A tier. That's why it's better than Film Z. There will be no debate on this. Greatest One Piece film of all time. No, not quite, but it is good. Guild Tessero is the closest to a JoJo character Oda has drawn. Yeah, the most JoJo and OP villain, or One Piece villain has been... I don't know, I don't watch a lot of JoJo. I'll assume that that's accurate. I say I don't watch a lot of JoJo as if I've watched, like, more than 6 episodes. I don't even know if I got 6, it might be 4. And that was over the course of years. Did One Piece go woke? I feel like I left this on screen longer than I meant to. Not that that's a bad thing. I don't have a good counter argument for that. Yeah, I don't know. What more can I say about Film Gold aside from what I would say in the script? Yeah, so then I do have Film Red in here. Oh, 1 second, my music ran out. Oh, okay. It did. I wasn't sure if it would loop. Sometimes YouTube is weird. But we're getting pretty close to the end, so I think I'll be successful in keeping this under 3 hours. Oh, I forgot to go back to the scene. Where was I? Right. I have Film Red in here. Obviously, it hasn't come out. It's just kind of me future-proofing myself with the tier list. Like, I don't know if I'm gonna come back to this, like, tier list format again when I do the opinion piece, if that'll be the set, or, like, the structure of it, or if I'll do something completely different, but just in case, you know, that's why I have a lot of these movies in here that I have not seen yet, just future-proofing myself. Stampede, I thought was, like, a solid, you know, B tier. It's definitely, like, fan service the movie. Not that that's, like, a bad thing, you know. You get to see the Straw Hats do a bunch of cool shit. You got all these characters in there making cameos and stuff. It's a film that knows what it is and, like, really leans into, like, I guess what it's trying to be. And, you know, I feel like that's fair. It was not the One Piece movie that, like, resonated with me the most. But it was pretty solid, you know? It was just like, you get to see the Straw Hats doing stuff, and it's a fun movie. Like, definitely probably, like, a top 5 One Piece. Well, is it a top 5 One Piece movie, or would I have it at 6? Or 7, even? Oh, wait. Apparently in my document, I have Stampede as C tier. Which, I feel like that makes sense. It's a movie that I watched, and it is solid, you know, it just didn't hook to me, it didn't hook me as much. I don't know, it's like high C, low B. I don't know, I feel like that's fair. Even though Bree will strongly disagree that it is the best movie. Would you have liked the movie more if you didn't have me being an annoying dork in your ear the whole time? Yeah, I don't know. I enjoyed Stampede even when I never saw One Piece. Wait, you watched Stampede without seeing any One Piece? No, you know what? I put it in B. I'm gonna stick with it for this tier list. I was wrong. I put it in the wrong place. I'm gonna leave it there. Oh, in theaters? Okay. See, like, but that's interesting though, because like what I imagine a lot of that's like part of what a lot of these movies are made for, is to like pull in people who might not keep up with the material in the same way, or have never seen it at all. So I'd imagine that experience must have been like interesting. I don't know like what movie is going to give me that experience, because I was originally planning to like watch a Saint Seiya movie blind, and then I took too long and we read Saint Seiya for the Nen show, so I kind of missed that opportunity, and now I'll just have to try with something else. Okay, so we made it through Naruto and One Piece. It took 2 hours to go through Naruto and One Piece, plus like a little Kinnikuman, but it's a lot of movies. Like, that was a good, I don't know. Wow. No, I guess when I consider that I'll have watched like 80 movies, that's maybe like a fifth of the movies I watched. That's depressing to think about. No, wait, a fourth. I can't do math. Math whiz, it's a lie. The coolest thing about Stampede is that they showed all the supernova ships. I really thought that was a nice detail Oda added for the film. No, I think it's interesting how some of these movies like have details that would not have shown up even in the manga yet. Like, I know something that stood out to me in I think it was Film Z, where like Aokiji shows up, or Kuzan, whatever name he goes by nowadays, and like the whole thing with him having an ice leg from the battle with Sakazuki. Like, that was an interesting detail that I don't think has shown up anywhere else. But then again, maybe it shows up in Wano. I don't know. I don't know anything about Wano. I mean, there's still a number of them you could, in fact. You should go out of your way to watch those, so you have that vantage point, Don't exclude them because you haven't seen the source yet. Yeah, but then I feel like I can only do that so much, because I don't want to, not be able to accurately represent a franchise because I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Like, I feel like I could maybe do that. I don't know. I thought to do it with one movie, but I don't know. I don't know. Project's still a work in progress, so maybe I'll change my mind. Yeah, thanks for coming by, Time Lord. Have a good one. Okay, so next on my list, not Shonen Jump, but I literally, I watched all of Ranma in between, working on this project, so my thought was, fuck it, Ranma has movies, it can be lumped in here, too. Even if it's not quite, Battle Shonen in the same way, it's much more like rom-com, but it's got enough action elements that I'll, bend the rules to include it out of the fact that I've seen it. I don't know. See, as long as you clarify that, it should be fine. Anyway, yeah. Ranma... which one is which? Alright, yeah. The first movie, I think was just kind of a C-tier experience for me. I feel like both movies were kind of, really close in quality. It's I don't know, there's a main villain, he shows up, he takes Akane, and the cast has gotta go save her. And of course it's Ranma, so, I can't even, if I want to pull up screen caps for this movie, I gotta dig through my entire Ranma screen cap folder. It's there's gender hijinks because Ranma's there. Am I even gonna be able to find it? I don't know where the screen caps are in here. It's fine. I don't know. I felt if you take it as just an extended episode of a Ranma TV episode, then it's sort of I don't know. It's good on that basis. But this is kind of the case for both of the movies where it's fun to have more Ranma material. Are they the strongest movies of the movies I've seen? No, they're definitely kind of like middle of the pack, just in terms of like what they do with the format, I guess. Yeah, there's no way I'm gonna be able to find the screen caps for that first movie. Oh wait, and as I say that, I find them. Yeah, I don't know. I think just like in terms of like comparing the two, I think I like how the cast is used a bit better in the second movie. I think there's also just like more emphasis on fashion in the second movie. Like Ranma gets a couple costume changes. I mean, the whole cast gets like costume changes at a point. And so like that's just enough to elevate it over the first movie for me. But they both have kind of like a similar plot where it's like, you know, gotta save Akane from the villain guy who is doing a thing. And like, you know, the first movie has a movie original protagonist. Does the second movie like, I don't know. The protagonist in the first movie is just kind of like your standard movie protagonist. I don't think there's like there, well, you know, there's more of a narrative going on with her than there are some other protagonists. But I don't know. I just think it's kind of there and she exists. I don't believe the second movie does not have a movie original protagonist. It's just the antagonist. But with that said, like movie 2 also I think kind of gets points for doing the whole like you have all your side characters and there are like you know, minions working for the big bad villain who they get to like pair off and fight, and so you get like interesting little character moments for the supporting cast building up to the climax. And so I think like overall the second movie is just like a bit of a stronger total package than the first. Yeah, and then plus like, you know, small things like fashion, I'm a fan. And yeah. Was there anything else that I'm missing? Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe there's a little more that I could add for, like, the script, but I feel like I covered most of the points I would have thought to bring up. So, all we got left now, we got Saint Seiya and the Yu Yu Hakusho movie. Gonna be running out of good things to say for a bit. The very first Saint Seiya movie, Evil Goddess Eris, it was a movie that I watched. I don't think it was particularly interesting in like the movie format. I thought it was like very standard. Cast groups up, they go and fight the guys, they get all their one-on-one fights. And you know, they have to go save Saori or Athena. And I don't know. I don't think this was the best iteration of that formula. I felt like it was very just kind of straightforward, standard. I don't think it did anything particularly like interesting with the format, or even like I didn't feel like there was a whole lot of like a strong theme that like hooked me on the movie. It was just kind of like, you know, they go and they fight and they do the thing. I think, yeah, movie 2, The Heated Battle of the Gods, also kind of a similar thing for me. You know, they go, they save Saori, they fight the people, and they get Saori back. Like the first 2 Saint Seiya movies are not anything really to, I wouldn't say that they're like F tier. They're just, you know, very standard and not particularly interesting, like shonen battle movie. If you like Saint Seiya more, maybe it would be higher on the list. I did think, you know, the movies were interesting, as like they were my first experience with animated Saint Seiya, because obviously I had read the manga for it. And so it was interesting to see the pretty boys animated and, you know, get voices to the faces and shit. And yeah, it's I don't know, was cool for that. However, the remaining two Saint Seiya movies, I would say, they're solid enough to get C tier for me. I think a big thing is that, like, the first two movies aren't, like, especially visually interesting. I guess I don't know, like, I don't know, I just didn't really have, yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to say about the visuals there, other than that they just didn't stand out to me, really. But, like, I felt like, movies 3 and 4 just kind of looked a little cleaner and, like, just crisper. I don't know. I don't feel like these are words you would use to describe animation. Can you tell that I don't really talk about animation much? But yeah, I also, like, I thought that they looked kind of a bit more visually polished. And as well as that, like, I don't know if it was maybe even just, if it just came down to, like, the way that they were preserved, like, if there was any sort of difference in quality there, or, if it actually did come down to, like, a production thing. But, movies 3 and 4, well, actually, 3 in particular, I think the fact that the main villain has kind of, like, a connection to Saori, and, you know, she, like, I feel like I got more behind her motivation to, like, sacrifice herself and keep the Saints at bay here. Like, with the first two movies, it's just very, I don't know, it's just, like, standard Saint Seiya, I guess, but this is, like, I don't know, it felt like it was better Saint Seiya, where it's, like, aside from Saori just, like, getting kidnapped, she is more of, like, it's her own actions, like, to cut everybody off, and, like, you know, the villain of this movie is, I think, like, her brother or something. There's some sort of a connection, so she tries to, like, deal with him herself, and, you know, more of, like, a motive for the characters to, like, go rescue her, or not motive, but, like, I don't know, just more narrative weight to the whole thing, and also the fact that it's, like, over an hour, so, and it's the only movie, the only Saint Seiya movie to be over, or, like, an hour or more, so it just gives it, like, more time to flesh out a narrative, even if it's still pretty standard Saint Seiya stuff. So yeah, like, that was C tier, and then movie 4, I think was a little more straightforward, kind of like the first two, but, I think, like, a big thing that kind of, like, stood out to me with this movie was more that, like, Athena, Saori doesn't get, like, she doesn't just get kidnapped and, like, immobilized for the majority of the movie. She's kind of, like, you know, she goes off on her own to, like, sacrifice herself again, like she always does, but, you know, she has, like, more that she, like, I don't know, she's just, like, more defiant, and, like, she has to walk, like, this path of thorns, that the villain sets out for her, and so it feels like she has more, like, agency, and there's more that she's, like, it feels like it gives more of, like, that force of will type thing that then plays off with the other Saints, and, I just think it comes together better as an overall package compared to the first two, but I would probably still say that movie 3 is my favorite of the Saint Seiya films. I was just happy to have two Saint Seiya films that I thought were, like, okay, and that I didn't think they were all bad. And then the very last movie, the Yu Yu Hakusho movie. It's a B tier for me. I know that technically there's another project that is called, like, this is, I think, technically, like, the second Yu Yu Hakusho movie, and there's, a project that's called, like, Yu Yu Hakusho the movie, but it's, like, barely longer than, like, a TV episode of anime, and I feel like it just feels more like an OVA episode that I don't know if, like, because OVAs definitely were around in the 80s, but I don't know if it was quite, yeah, like the OVA movie, it's not quite like a movie in the same way that all the other ones are. So I will definitely probably end up watching it because, like, I have it and I like Yu Yu Hakusho, so I'm curious about it. But yeah, it's like a movie in air quotes, whereas this one is like, 90 minutes. It's a full, like, theatrical film. Narratively, I don't think anything, like, particularly fancy. I don't know if there was necessarily, like, I guess there was, like, I don't know. It's just, like, the gang gets together and they fight off the bad guys. And, they do the fight stuff. There is a movie original protagonist. And, of course, like, the movie original villain that they go fight. But, like, she doesn't really do anything. Like, the movie original protagonist is just kind of there. And she just kind of, goes around with the gang the whole time. I don't really know what the, like, narrative or theme of this film is. It really just felt like she was just kind of there. I think a big thing that carries this film for me, I mean, one thing is that, I really like Yu Yu Hakusho, and, seeing the characters do cool shit, and stuff like that is going to appeal to me. And also, just like it being a Yu Yu Hakusho movie, it's very, like, visually stunning. And especially, again, like, this being a project, like, it's a non-Toei project from around, like, the early, or this was, I think this one was 1994. So it almost kind of carries, like those, like, 80s, like, the 80s OVA boom, like, visually, like, just a lot of, like, the way that, like, the violence is portrayed. Like, I feel like some of the battles are a bit gorier than you would find in other typical, like, Shonen Jump manga adaptation movies. And it's just, it's gorgeous. And it's, I like the characters in Yu Yu Hakusho. And it's cool. And with that, I have no more movies to add on this tier list until another time. I don't think I can quite fit this in the full view of the stream. It looks like we can only kind of get down to, is that C tier? But yeah, this is all the movies I've seen to this point. A lot of fucking movies. We're over 60 at least at this point. Another Kurama W. But yeah, very bottom heavy. This tier list is definitely very, well, like, middle and bottom heavy. There definitely are more F and D tier than there are, like, S and A tier. A lot in C tier, but again, like, how I described it in the beginning of the last stream, where it's like, S and A tier are going to be the movies that I would recommend to anybody. Like, not even just as good shonen movies, but just as good movies. B tier are the movies that I would recommend to people who like good shonen movies. Because I think that these are all pretty solid in their own ways, and I enjoyed my time with them. Movie C is, like, I would recommend to people who are fans of shonen movies in general and maybe aren't as much of a stickler for, like, no, I only want to watch the good ones. Because, yeah, like, these were all movies that I felt like either did, like, the bare minimum of, like, they have a narrative and they tell, like, a coherent story that doesn't, I think, fall apart. Or if there are, like, problems I have with it, there's also, like, good elements that kind of, like, even it out for me. Ultimately kind of coming away like, these were movies that I watched and I didn't hate watching them. D tier are the movies that, I'm like, if you really like shonen movies and you just need that fix and you've seen all the other ones, go ahead and watch these, I guess. I did not like my time spent with these movies. I didn't think they were particularly good. But, your mileage may vary. If you're a fan of any particular franchise, you might enjoy one of these movies more than the D tier that I gave it. And then obviously F tier, the movies that I do not like at all. Only watch these if you're a completionist like me, trying to do some sort of insane project, or just for your own sake, wanting to have seen all of these fucking movies. Then, by all means, go for it. And with that, I don't really know if there's much else to add to this. I'll probably, like, save this and post it on Twitter or something. Curious to see what the interactions for that would be like. And obviously I'm going to archive the streams on my side channel. I don't know when that's going to happen, but hopefully soon enough. And yeah, obviously with any of this, it's like, you know, anyone can disagree with any of the placement of these movies. This is just like how I felt working on this project and how I would recommend things.